to submit a card to the clerk? And seeing none, we'll move ahead. All right. So first we have the Senior Commission. Welcome, everybody. I first want to say thank you so much for serving. You're giving of your time and energy to your neighbors and the other residents of this community, and we all appreciate you. Thank you. We've got 4 commissions to meet with tonight. We have about 50 minutes left, so that's going to give us, somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 minutes to work with you. So what we would probably start with is if you can maybe quickly summarize. It's on when you press the button and the light turns green. So it's not on yet. Still not on. Now it is. Okay? So if we could start by just hearing a quick summary of what you all did in 2024 and then move to what you're looking forward to in 2025.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us. I'm Jane Cohen. I'm chair of the Senior Commission. And I would also want to thank you for your ongoing support. And we want to thank our staff. They're amazing. So the majority of our work plan in 2024 focused on the planning and collecting of data for the Los Altos recertification of the AARP age-friendly cities. And we worked on that because it had lapsed and we had quite a bit to do. So we worked closely with our consultant and staff in order to accomplish the goals. And we want to thank you so much, really, for funding this, because if we didn't have the funding for the consultant, it couldn't have happened, really. I mean, really. That's why there was probably a delay, maybe. I don't really know. But anyway, so it was money well spent. We spent most of the time on outreach to present the community survey to residents that were living in the community and also to residential care facilities. And the survey was the initial data collection point that they filled out, either online or paper and pencil. And we also worked on a task force. And in the task force, we helped conduct focus groups as well as town hall meetings. With all the work and the paperwork, and you've seen it and you've read it, we've gotten all approvals for the project. We approved at the Senior Commission in October. You approved it in November, and AARP and WHO approved it in December. So we are good to go.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you so much. There are just a couple other things that we did. We focused also on social participation as part of the domains of the WHO project, and we collected data about the meetings, what programs and services are being offered by the Senior Commission and the senior programs, and we tried to establish what services were needed, what services we needed to expand on, what new things needed to happen, and so we were collecting data for that, and we have some information about it. There was also a health fair that was held at Grant Park. So that's it for the original. Okay.
Do my colleagues have any quick questions about the last year of work for the Senior Commission? Great. I'm looking forward to hearing about 25 then.
So the new one, were you going to talk about a little bit? Bill, you were going to, the new.
Part of,
Put green.
there you go. Sometimes I get red too. Well read. I'm a retired physician, and so the effort has always been to increase the health of the entire community, but particularly my peer group. I'll be 80 in June. And so there are a lot of people who would be helped by a health fair. Since I can read faster than I can talk, here's copies for each of you. But the main focus is that we have an ongoing commitment to looking at ways of increasing the well-being of the community. And I would consider the peoples in the 40s on up, they're just, if you will, applying for seniorhood at some point. So all of us, God willing, will face these kinds of issues. So this health fair is really focused on, one, getting the education with speakers who are experts in the field. The topics are mental health and dementia prevention, caregiving from both perspectives of the provider and the recipient, and promoting lifestyle and attitude fostering well-being with concentration on nutrition and physical activity. So those issues that we choose now, what we will be doing in the future is soliciting input from anybody who is willing to give us ideas of what the next topics we need to address.
That sounds excellent. I will look to my colleagues for any questions or comments. We'll start down here with Councilmember Meadows, please.
So I am the liaison this year, and I'm happy about that. So one question I did have, and I've only been to one meeting with you, and I didn't think to ask that then, so I'll ask it now. We have this wonderful plan, the Age-Friendly Action Plan, and so is this health fair? Because really that begins to look like our climate action plan, like the other plans that we've adopted, Complete Streets. So this is our action plan. Are these items, the health fair in particular, something that is outlined in that plan?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
If you look at the new work plan, they're itemized under those 8 domains, and if you scan across or back up from the strategies that we're going to employ and back up, you'll see what domain it falls under. One is social participation, one is, I don't know if it's in front of me, can I just see yours? Let's see. 1 second, give me a second here. Anyway, it's all coordinated, it is. And
Okay,
we-
so it
and
all
we wouldn't-
comes-
We don't want to deviate, we want to,
Yes.
we want to work on the strategies that were derived from the plan, and that's what we intend to do.
Good, that's exactly what I was going to say, and that's perfect, you're already doing it.
Thank you for asking that. It was good to clarify.
Councilmember Lang, do you have
Just
anything you want to say?
a question.
Yeah.
So while I was out campaigning, number of doors would answer, and it wasn't the voter, the senior voter, it was a caretaker, like often a professional caretaker. And so while they're not seniors themselves, their work is really important to a lot of the seniors who live in our community. And I couldn't help but thinking, how are they doing? Like, it seems like it could be lonely work or stressful work or what have you. And just wondering if there's anything we as a community might do to, if nothing else, let them know that we value the work they're doing and support them.
Bill, you heard that.
That is the crux of care, is that there are adult children with even more adult parents, and sometimes the parents have to move to be close to the children, and sometimes vice versa. But the stress of caregiving has to be recognized, and the people who do this need to be supported in ways that makes them effective in sometimes the ornery types of elders.
And financially compensated, if possible. There's a big movement afoot about that.
I don't know how financial compensation is going to work within a family. I think the compensation,
And to be clear, I was thinking of both where it's out of a family obligation or duty, as well as the professional ones as well, who we would want them to know that we appreciate their work.
there are vendors who provide caregiving help, and those are for profit. So there will be financial stress.
Yeah, that's a problem. Right. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing and getting us recertified as an age-friendly city. I think that was very important. As I'm listening to your words, I couldn't help but think, as the parent of two teenage children who absolutely delight in telling their father that he's applying for senior citizenship, and it's coming a lot closer than maybe he wants to admit. Your words really rang true to me, and I appreciate the way you put that because I felt like that was my kids who were telling it to me as well. I'm very happy to hear that there is a focus on the health of senior citizens, the social well-being, the physical well-being, nutrition. That's all very important. One segment of our senior populace that I'm very concerned about are seniors who are living alone. Maybe they have a house in Los Altos. They may not have much income now, but their house is paid off. They lived here a long time. Their families may have moved on. Their children are having lives of their own somewhere. But especially during COVID, as I recall, there was a great concern, and there was concerted outreach to seniors who simply were living alone. They didn't have caregivers, and their health wasn't necessarily particularly impaired, but they were very isolated. And obviously, we don't have the same restrictions now that we did under COVID. But I'm wondering if the commission has given any thought to that segment, and what can the commission and what can the council do to reach out to those people?
I don't think we can make stubborn people compliant. However, we can help by creating a community to which they belong, who support them. And with that support, often from their peers, they may become more likely to do exactly what they see their peers doing. So I think that approach to using community is likely to be the most useful. Arguing with somebody to give up the keys to the car, it winds up creating ill will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all so much for being here. Congratulations, as Councilmember Weinberg said, on the recertification. I had the privilege of attending one of the town halls, and it was just well organized and well done, so I'm not surprised that you were able to bring it across the finish line. On the health fair, actually, when I saw your work plan, I was trying to understand, because you have the health fair listed for different dates, but based on the doctor's explanation, I think I understand you'll be having these different topics for each of the health fairs. I'm curious, how do you plan to get the word out to the senior community? A lot of our seniors aren't on social media and they're not online, so I'm wondering, what's the outreach to make sure you get attendance and participation?
Well, we're just starting, to look at that, to investigate all the aspects of it. So we really can't answer it exactly, but it's definitely cued in our mind, because if they don't come, they don't learn anything, and we can't impart some of the community resources and assist them in that. So
I have one
Go ahead.
suggestion, since
No.
my husband and I recently moved to a senior community. I was shocked how little the seniors knew about some of the 50-plus things that we offer. So I've been giving them presentations. And, these senior communities, they got hundreds of people. So you can kill a lot of seniors with one presentation.
that word. Reach.
Reach. With one presentation, which they've never heard of this stuff. They're shocked to find out.
It's great you found out,
Yeah.
actually, because,
I don't know all of the social systems that seniors use. Since I'm very active, I don't avail myself so much of outside help besides my own network. So I think that we need to research, where do seniors hang out? Is it Starbucks? I go to Country Gourmet and I see my peer group having lunch. So there are places where we can reach persuasively and gently that would set up, as I said, community conversations.
All right, I'm going to close this session out with one final remark of my own, which is to say that this last topic of discussion is particularly important. And as you go through 2025, you have your work plan, but an overriding ethos should always be, how do we increase our engagement with this cohort? How do we find out where they are, what platforms they may be using, and how do we communicate with them? And that should be, I think,
Yes.
inherent to everything that you
Been at
do.
that for a while.
Yes,
Yeah, we-
and you're
we
doing a good
agree.
job.
Yeah,
So,
we
so
agree, yeah.
basically, the message is, keep doing it, right?
Thank you
Mayor?
very much.
Yes.
So one point, and I think maybe at the end of the commissions, and we didn't do this at the last meeting, but we should confirm that we agree. And this one's easy. The elements are basically the health fair and the fall fling. I mean, you've laid it out across the year, but those are the two big projects you're working on.
Yeah.
And so council should acknowledge that and agree or whatever. And I
Good,
think we
good
should do
point,
that with
Council.
each of
Good
them.
point,
Yeah.
Councilmember Meadows. What I will say here is, since we have not had particular criticisms of the work plan, I think what you're hearing is a consensus that your work plan is approved.
Thank you
Is that
so
fair to
much.
say?
Thank you so
All right.
much.
And I will, thank you. With your reminder, I will make sure we do that with each of these commissions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the Financial Commission.
I'm glad we're ducking out now. Take care.
Don't forget your stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't get home. Sorry.
Oh, don't apologize. You did great.
All right, you guys have had the benefit of kind of going to school on the commission that went before you, so you have a sense of what to expect. What we'll do is we will quickly summarize what 2024 looked like for you, and then we'll talk about the work plan and get a little bit of feedback from council members on the work plan and ultimately approve that. And hopefully we can do that in 12 minutes. So let's start with 24.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Scott Altos. I'm the new chairman of the Finance Committee, and I'm here to share our work plan, our FY25 work plan with you, talk about what we did in 2024 and what we see for 2025. As you know, the Finance Commission's mission is to provide citizen input to the City Council and staff regarding financial policies, issues, and to promote citizen participation and understanding in regarding the city's financial condition. In keeping with that mission, I'm here tonight to provide you a brief overview of the Commission's 2024 work plan and highlight our progress to date, and then outline the priorities that we will be working on in the coming months. In the past year, the Commission has diligently worked on several key initiatives, both recurring and new, all designed to ensure Los Altos' financial health and stability and keep our citizens informed and engaged in the process. I also want to acknowledge the excellent work that was done by the previous Commission and Chairman Tony Richmond in laying the groundwork for these achievements. Looking back, we've made significant strides in several areas. We successfully completed our quarterly reviews of investment performances, ensuring our city's funds are being managed responsibly and effectively. We've also reviewed the ongoing implementation of the new financial system from Taylor Technologies, a significant upgrade that will streamline our financial processes and improve transparency. This is a major undertaking, and we want to thank the staff for all their hard work in working on the work on this project. Additionally, we've made progress on our annual audit for FY25. We're on track to review the draft ACFR for FY24 by the established deadlines. Several other recurring goals are also in progress. We're currently evaluating the PERS unfunded liability to determine the best approach for managing this long-term obligation. We have begun to review the 5-year capital improvement and major maintenance budget program budget, both for the current fiscal year and looking ahead to FY26. These are critical for the planning of our city's future infrastructure needs. Finally, we're in the progress reviewing and updating both the city's financial and investment policies, ensuring they remain current and aligned to our best practices. So that's FY24.
It sounds like a little bit of FY25 too, insofar as that there
Yes.
was at least 4 of those things that are still open and ongoing.
Exactly.
In addition to those 4 things that are open and ongoing, are there added priorities for 25?
Yes. So looking forward, the Finance Commission has several important priorities. We'll continue our regular performance reviews, budget reviews, and audit oversights. In addition, we'll finalize the evaluation of the PERS underfunded liability and present our recommendations. We'll finalize our review of the financial and investment policies. Finally, we plan to develop a list of key performance indicators to better monitor the city's financial health and make that information readily available to the public. Specifically, regarding the key performance indicators, we plan to draw inspiration from leading local cities in financial transparency and leverage industry best practices to create a comprehensive system. This will involve defining and tracking metrics like budget variances, property tax collection rates, or other relevant information. Indicators to provide clear and measurable view of the city's financial performance. Our goal is to establish a centralized platform with a user-friendly public dashboard to make this data easily accessible to all citizens of Los Altos. We believe that by enhancing transparency and providing readily accessible financial information, we can empower residents to become more informed and engaged in the city's financial decision-making process. This aligns with our mission to promote citizen participation and understanding the city's financial condition. The Finance Commission is committed to ensuring the City of Los Altos remains financially strong and transparent. We believe our efforts will benefit all residents and contribute to a thriving community.
That's great. All right. So who's the liaison for finance this year? Sally. Councilmember Meadows, we're going to start with you again.
My 2 favorite commissions. Back to back. I love you both equally.
And we love you.
You know, this is a very orderly commission with an orderly work plan and with great minds put to it. And so I've only had the opportunity to sit in one meeting, but it was just, I mean, I really liked it. And one can't always say that about finance. So, so I strongly support this. I mean, it makes absolute sense, I think. So,
Councilmember Lang, do you have any comments or
I'll
questions?
just be really quick. First of all, thank you for the good work. Well, very important, I will say for me personally, the good attention to the pension obligations, the PERS stuff is something that I thank you for and applaud. Because that's something, if you don't stay on top of it, it runs away with you. So a particular focus on that, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I see some familiar faces and some new faces. It's been a couple of years since I was the liaison of this commission. I learned so much working with you and looking at your work plan. I think it's a great work plan because it's cyclical. You are doing the things that need to be done to review and give citizen input into the finances of the city. The one request that I have of you is we are living in a time where our economy is likely to, and certainly has the potential to have radical changes over the next year because of the changes in Washington and what forth. And we all may have different opinions about whether they're good or bad, but the reality is that the financial world in which we live in today could be radically different a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now. So my request to you is, as you're going through your work plan and you're reviewing the budget, you're reviewing the ACFR, you're reviewing our financial policies, our investments, the city's relying on you to use your best judgment, your own personal knowledge of finance, and keep us on our toes. You know, that we have a good investment portfolio, but it may not be so good if a number of changes are being made to the economy. So please, if you could stay on your toes on that, I would appreciate it. And thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay. Were we your favorite commission when you were the liaison?
You're still my favorite commission. Don't tell the others that I'm with.
Just wanted it on the record. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have questions or comments?
Just thanks, and thanks to the former chair for all his service to the commission. As Sally has said, I mean, this is all commissions have their strengths, but one of the things I've always admired about the Finance Commission is your commitment to the city, and you treat this as if it's your own financial investment. So I really want to thank you for your service and all you've done for the city, and for really being engaged and caring about your work. So thank you.
My parting comment is going to be similar to what Councilmember Weinberg said, and I would share with you the attitude that we've taken on some of the other bodies that I sit on, where we are responsible for overseeing parcel tax revenue and things of that nature. On the North County Library Association, we decided to try to maintain slightly larger reserves than we would have otherwise maintained because of the uncertainty, right? And so the other thing I would ask is, if working with staff, you can look at some of our outside sources of funding and make some assessment of how much risk is involved, right? We have already lost, most likely, a $7.5 million grant for road improvement over here in North Los Altos. I suspect that there are grants that are potentially in jeopardy for similar projects in South Los Altos that involve county and state funds. And the risk isn't always that the federal government is going to cancel the check that you think you're getting from them. The risk is that the feds cancel the check to the state cancels the check to the county cancels the check to us. It trickles down, right? So please do be mindful in this environment of uncertainty, you know, over the next however long it takes until things become more certain.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
You can go move on to your next favorite commission.
All right. So next we will have complete streets. And this is my favorite commission.
At least we've got one favorites.
And they're going to stay for the real meeting, aren't you? Wink, wink.
Right. You guys are going to be here to answer all the public comment in the subsequent meeting about parking around the high school, right?
Absolutely.
Indeed. All right. So we're going to quickly go over 2024 and then talk about 2025. You got about 12 minutes. So my guess is, 40% on 2024 and 60% on 25 with questions, right? So go for it.
Yeah. Thanks, Council, for having us here. We're super excited to be here and talk about 2024, what went well, and talk about what's coming in 2025. I'm Wesley Helmholtz, just started being chair of the commission a couple months back, and served a year plus with some other great members here. And let's talk 2024. So clearly the top goal that we sort of worked through as a commission with city staff last year were the improvements to Jardine Drive. I think council is very familiar with that experience, but we started with a really thorny sort of stretch of road north of the high school, and developed input from the community over a period of months, and really took in as much feedback as we could from the student body, the school administration, law enforcement, council, the residents, and every sort of part of Los Altos in order to sort of reach the best possible outcome for that stretch of street, and then finalize the design and actually went through construction. And so I think that street is in much better shape today than it was last year. So that was definitely the top achievement for our commission working with city this past year. In addition to that, we've also worked on other safe routes to school. So we continue to sort of make progress towards the sort of vision outlined in Safe Routes to School and the Complete Streets Master Plan. We have evaluated plans and engaged with schools, evaluating plans for 2025 and future out-year priorities based on the vision in sort of those plans. In addition to that, city staff has done great work on street resurfacing, surfacing, micro seal, They've continued to do great work on safety improvements like traffic signs that are compliant, visibility, crosswalk systems that are broken down, really taking in input from the community, trying to maintain visibility when things break down and where maintenance is needed. Those are some of what we've mostly completed for 2024. We do have some work that's sort of ongoing through into 2025. Made good progress on the Hetchy path. There's an ADA access that we're working on there, moving that forward. I think council's aware of ongoing and upcoming work on both El Camino Real and San Antonio Road. And so continue to work with the city on evaluating what input and contributions we can have to make sure that those projects are as good as they can be for the city. That is most of 2024. Happy to talk through any more of that and also 2025.
Yeah, I think we should just focus more on 25, yeah, as far as our questions are concerned.
That sounds great. So top priorities for 2025. We're going to continue to hit Safe Routes to School and Complete Streets Master Plan. So we've done a great job working with Stephen and Art and the rest of the city staff on identifying the highest priority sort of street networks. In many cases, these are connecting Los Altos to multiple local schools, which is great because we can get some high impact there. So we've developed a list and based that as well on pavement condition and road condition so we can be efficient in the areas that we're tackling. But we've been able to connect that to really high priority safety areas for folks to be able to get to and from schools. In addition to Safe Routes to School, we're looking at some downtown safety improvements. Looks like there's a bunch of really nice opportunities there for things like traffic calming measures, looking at speed limits for downtown, looking at some cyclist and pedestrian improvements that impact safety, some bike parking measures, and we're interested in seeing how we can connect that to ongoing downtown work, including all the changes that council is well aware of. It seems like there's a timely moment for us to maybe make some safety improvements alongside some of that work. We're also focusing on multimodal transportation safety. We spoke a little bit about San Antonio Road. Obviously, that work will continue into this year, is continuing into this year. We're going to see, hopefully, improvements on bike lanes. So that will be work that we'll continue to prioritize. One thing we also want to address this year is partnering with neighboring cities and with the county to make sure that as we work on our projects, we're sort of sharing best practices, bringing in best practices, and also just making sure that where we sort of we know that we have some arbitrary boundaries across city lines and make sure that all of our projects are sort of connected and aligned. So we're not dropping off folks that are coming in from Mountain View, for example, north into Los Altos High or many of the elementary schools. So just thinking comprehensively about our community and how folks go in and out of the community. We have a great plan right now for 2025 for capital improvement projects that we're working with city staff to just make sure that we implement effectively in 2025. But when I did want to go back and just say that for the projects that we'll do for Safe Routes to School, bringing in community input early and sort of with volume is a priority for us to make sure that we've heard from everyone and all the projects that we work on are shaped by that feedback. So that's a high priority for us. Yeah.
With regard to the safe routes to school, have any of you gone and physically looked at the safe routes and actually watched the behavior of parents and students and unrelated people driving?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't need to ask you what you've
it's
seen
not-
because I've seen it too.
Yeah, absolutely. We go ourselves and we hear frequently from residents, faculty, students, everyone who's experiencing these streets, and so we get a good picture all across the board for sure.
Good.
And it's important to do that.
Good. Absolutely. Because, you can think of something in the abstract and then apply it on a street and then behavior changes the way it actually functions, right?
Absolutely.
And so unfortunately we have to take into account a lot of bad behavior when we do this work, right? If you go down and stand on down to the Homestead corridor and look at how the bike lane is handled, one wonders why there's a bike lane. So I appreciate what you're doing. Let's go ahead and get comments and questions. Larry, it looks like you're ready to jump in.
Yeah, so I'm your new liaison, new council member, new at a lot of things. Have been attending some meetings and look forward to spending more time with you. I was really pleased to see it. What I can tell you from all the campaigning, ringing all the doorbells and so forth, number one issue the residents want to talk about, right? They want to make sure that they and their families get to and from places safely. And so very high priority work, of course. One thing in particular, and I've been to some of the meetings about this, and I'm sure it will come up again, is the e-bike work that you're doing, right? It's a new sort of dynamic in the mix of the traffic. I think it's important to figure out how to respond constructively to that, because I think it's actually, when we think about all our parking problems and all the rest of it, the notion of encouraging people to use e-bikes is actually a good thing. But it's a new thing for folks, and getting that folded into the mix so everybody's safe is going to be important too. But anyway, look forward to working with you.
Likewise.
All right. Any other comments or questions from council? Councilmember Meadows.
I will just say, as a liaison last year, another favorite commission, that, I mean, you get some of the stickier issues that we have to deal with, or at least the issues that people see and then engage in, and they only engage in it after they see it and they're angry about it. So, you really get a good dose of that, and I appreciate it's difficult, and I thank you for tackling it for us before we get to deal with it. So, and it is sticky. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just say one thing on that, yeah, 100% agree, and thanks for the acknowledgement of that. And I think we all see that as part of our role, is to help develop these issues for council and propose solutions that are hopefully, reflecting community input and reflecting the reality of the street. And so we definitely see that as an important part of our work. Yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes, and sorry, Mayor, but if I could just say, building on when you look at Jarden, and,
Yeah.
I sat in all those meetings that you dealt with that, and we had to reach a solution.
Yeah.
You had to, and we had to, for safety's sake. And there was always people who are going to disagree with whatever solution. But look now that solution is in place. There's another issue we have to deal with, but it's not that. And so
Yeah.
sometimes it's
Yeah.
just the change and the transition. So I think it's important for you and for us to remember that we have to make the best decision, which isn't ever going to be perfect, and to stick with it and carry it through, and it will be better, hopefully. And that's the case with Jarden. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to emphasize what Sally just said. Very often you are not able to find a solution that's going to work for everyone. You're often dealing with zero-sum games, and that is the toughest thing to do in public service. When someone is going to be unhappy and it's going to be something that they're very passionate about, it is very difficult, and that passion sometimes is expressed in ways that are not constructive. So thank you for your patience in dealing with the public, because it's extremely important. The other thing that I just want to sort of say for the record is that this commission, I was the liaison for my first 2 years on the council. This commission actually does very, very technical work. I mean, the engineering reports that you look at, I think that most people in the public don't realize how technical what you do really is. But I wanted to acknowledge that, because to be effective commissioners, you really have to put a lot of time in. Because I mean, you're all very smart people. I think some of you are engineers. I don't know that any of you are traffic engineers that I recall. It is a challenge, and to do the job of a CSC commissioner well, you have to put in a lot of time and effort. And I want to thank you for that, because I think that you are a very good commission.
Thank you.
And with that, we approve the work plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council. I really appreciate it.
Next, we have Sally's true favorite commission.
That it is true. Another favorite. I came from. Well, I came from the committee.
All the good work you did on.
All right. So, so planning commissioners, we have 12 minutes for you. I expect you to say, last year we did everything we were supposed to do, and next year we will do everything we are supposed to do, because all we do are the things that we're supposed to do. I'm joking about that, but please feel free to do that.
We'll go fast. I just wanted to start introducing my colleagues for those who you haven't met. Vice Chair Richard Roche, Commissioner Eric Steinle, Commissioner Marasahi, and 2 commissioners out today, Kate Disney and Susan Menziger. Also wanted to thank staff. We have a tremendous staff. They keep us on the rails when sometimes we get off the rails, and we really appreciate it. So Nick, Stephanie, Taylor, and especially Josh from KMVT, who makes us look fantastic. And thanks also to the planning team who bring projects before us. 2024, just a quick overview. We had a bunch of projects that came through. It seemed like Eric left the chair and then all the projects freed up. Perhaps something to do with the economy, but the Jack in the Box project, the Pancake House, the library patio, a number of lot splits, and then a whole host of code work. And you guys see all this stuff because it eventually trickles up to you guys as well. One request, just briefly, is getting a 7th member for this commission would be really helpful at some point. We had a situation recently where someone was out of town, and with only we have a quorum of 4, and so it's hard to get any business done when we're low. For 2025, you all have the plan in your packet, so I don't know that I need to read through that, but happy to do so or answer any of your questions. Keep it brief.
So I was the liaison last year, which was wonderful. There were lots of meeting cancellations, and I felt really good about that. And so I want to thank you for that. You did a great job canceling meetings last year.
Your favorite.
Yes.
Favorite.
Oh, absolutely. Who's the liaison this year? Is it? Yes. Councilmember Weinberg, you want to kick us off with questions and comments real quick?
Sure. I just want to say thank you to the commission. I mean, we have 4 veteran commissioners here who've been here for a long time. Everyone here has either has been a chair, is the chair, or is a current vice chair. So there was strong leadership here. It was a couple of years ago that the council gave this commission approval authority for new development. And you finally had an opportunity this year to approve something. I have been very appreciative of the process that you've gone through. I attended a lot of your meetings last year. I wasn't your liaison, but I found it quite useful, especially hearing your discussion of ordinances that you were going to come up to the council. I appreciate your thoroughness, and I appreciate the way that you deliberate. And when you work on something that does come up to the council, I feel that we are well prepared after your discussion. So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your service. My question has to do with the comprehensive general plan update, and I see that's on your work plan going forward. But I'm curious whether or not you've already started having discussions. This is obviously needed work for the city, but it mentions certain components. And so I'm curious if as a commission, you've already started discussing this, and what components are you referring to? Because that's critical.
It's we haven't started yet, and as you may have noticed on here, completion is TBD. So I think first and foremost, when projects come before us, we've got to take care of those, and then I think the way Nick and company have been running it is adding on extra code work as we can get to it. But as you see here, we're a little behind on a general plan update, which was, I believe, due in 2020. Mm-hmm. So coming soon as they bring us, it takes a while for them to go through and write the new ordinances or codes or whatever is necessary. But I don't know if Nick wants to add in. I thought I saw him over there, but
and I'll follow up with staff. The
Okay.
reason I'm asking about components because there's so many elements of general plan, and we know this. And I'm just curious because if we should weigh in, we want you to start here, but this is something I think we'll discuss with the city manager. But I am very happy to see you're taking it on. It's critical work for our city, as you know. So
yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Meadows, Councilmember Lang, do either of you have questions or comments?
Great
Looks
job.
like Councilmember
Thank
Meadows.
you. You make our jobs easier.
I'll just mention that, of course, the things you review are very material for the people who are involved financially and sometimes emotionally. That increases the likelihood that they may appeal whatever decisions get made. And so it makes it, everybody involved with the city work needs to be careful about this, but you in particular have been, hope you continue to be very careful about making sure that every I is dotted and T is crossed for that ongoing scrutiny. So thank you for that, and please keep up the good work.
And I was remiss in not mentioning our city attorney, Jolie, who is the other half of keeping us on the rails, perhaps even more so than Nick in some cases. So thank you, Jolie. And whoever else I missed.
So,
My wife, my family,
Yeah.
my ancestors,
Little
etc.
people.
so as a final comment, I will say the last planning meeting that I went to, I was not the liaison, but I was very interested in the outcome, and I am the liaison for the History Commission. So I was there in that capacity. And this was the meeting where you had 5 commissioners, despite the fact that you need 4 to pass anything. And credit to you, Joe, as the chair, and to the other commissioners. Maris, to you as well, because you had sort of the thorny issue that night that could have deadlocked the commission. And I want to compliment all of you on the way you navigated something that could have very well been forced to come back to planning. I mean, you managed to make progress in spite of some of the burdens that you were faced with. And I just want to express my appreciation and gratitude for that, and for the way that you have conducted yourself, and to look forward to another year of similar. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Under schedule, by the way. Amazing. Thanks,
Good job.
guys.
All right, we're gonna take 5 minutes and then come back for the regular meeting. We might be slightly more than 5. It might be closer to 10, but we'll do our best.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, can I have everybody please take your seats and let's have quiet in the chambers. So we're going to go ahead and call this regular meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please establish quorum?
Councilmember Lang,
Here?
Councilmember Meadows,
Here?
Councilmember Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleiger,
Here.
Mayor Daley.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand if you're able and face the flag, and I will go ahead and lead us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic. The City Council had a closed session meeting tonight. We did not take action, any reportable action at that closed session meeting. Before I look to my colleagues to ask for changes to the agenda, I want to make a remark about something that occurred in our beloved city this week or last week. There was an Instagram post that was found more or less promoting the Nazi Party. And first, let me say that we live in a pluralistic society where we value free speech. And so because this incident was not in itself a crime, there are constraints on what the school district and what the city can and should do. In my view, in a pluralistic society like ours, where freedom of speech is not only valued, but it's enshrined in our Constitution, it doesn't mean that there are no consequences for free speech. What it means is when speech is particularly distasteful or reprehensible, that we all have an obligation to stand up and use our speech as well to combat it, to tell our young people about history and to educate and to lead by example. And I, for one, want to say that never again means never again, and it requires a certain amount of vigilance. And I will continue to be vigilant, and I would hope that all of the good residents of our wonderful city will also continue to be vigilant, not only against anti-Semitism, but of course against any form of bigotry or hatred. So I just wanted to open the meeting with that remark. And now I will look to my colleagues to see if there are changes to the order of the agenda. I have one. If I don't hear it from somebody else, we'll do it. Does anybody else?
I might be going to suggest the same one you were, so if you can go first.
I think
yeah.
we should move. I think we should move item 7 to
Yes, yes,
the first
Yes.
thing that we take care of tonight.
yes.
All right. So
After consent, yeah.
right. So I move that we move item 7 up.
Second.
Vice Mayor has seconded. City Clerk, would you please take the roll call vote?
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fleiger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. So we are moving. Let me just clarify. My intent was to move item 7 to the position of item 6, not to move it ahead of consent, but to move it ahead of the other items for consideration. Okay. All right. We're good. Now we'll take public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have speakers for items not on the agenda? Please fill out a speaker card and give it to the clerk. Do we have any speakers for items not on the agenda?
No.
Okay. So now we will take up the consent calendar, and first I'll look to my colleagues to see if there's anything on the consent calendar that needs to be removed
I don't think
and addressed separately.
I don't think this has to be removed. I intend to abstain on number 2, but I
Okay.
don't think it has to be
No,
removed. from
that's
consent.
fine. That isn't cause for removal. Okay, so that,
Oh,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Mayor,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just moving a little slowly, too many pieces of paper. I wanted to ask a question of my colleagues about item 5. I don't necessarily want to pull it, but I just, can I ask the question now?
Please, ask.
Yes. So the accountability policy had a supermajority for one infraction, but it still had the more than 2, which equals 3 infractions, as a general policy for considering actions. I did not go back to look at the video. I'm sure this probably reflects the video, but I think did my colleagues remember it the way that is presented in the edited accountability part? So I see Councilmember Fleiger saying no, in which case I think we should pull it from consent to clarify what we intended, because there's a big gap between 1 and 3. Well, 2 is the gap, but, all right, thank you. We've pulled.
Yes, okay, so we will pull item 5 from the consent calendar, and we will deal with that after item 7 and before item 6. Okay, so now I will look for public comments on the consent items.
We have one. Alice Menzel.
Three minutes, Ms. Menzel.
Good evening. I request that you pull the dog park item from the consent calendar. I request that you pull the dog park item from the consent calendar. There are no construction plans in the public record for anyone to review. This is pushing above $10 million, the amount of money this city is spending on civic center projects that have had no cumulative environmental impact report, or not even for the encroachments on the historic orchard, even the small bit that you want to say is the only historic part. There are, of those 11 projects, we got the dog park. We got the Emergency Operations Center new generator, which has been put down next to the soccer field. We have the Los Altos Youth Center conversion to staff private offices with private patios, fenced, and a big fenced HVAC yard. We have the Lawley Library courtyard, which is currently under 2 appeals, administrative appeals, that is. We have museum care plan, which has allowed a lot of trees to die, and we don't know why, because its annual report and maintenance plan is now overdue by more than a year and a half for at least one of them. We have a library we have a library interior refit with county money that, curiously, to make a better entrance to the children's library, there was never any public discussion by any city committees about maybe using the Los Altos Youth Center to be a standalone children's library. Curious. The Northeast Grove of apricot trees by the police station you allowed to be permanently removed, at least supposedly for a future police plan, which supposedly has nothing in writing, just vague ideas, but yet you removed, dozens of tree sites and living trees for that. You've allowed orchard sites to be left unirrigated, so the trees died, making room for things like the new HVAC yard by the Lacey conversion to private offices. And you've got the Friends of the Library interim solution of their storage sheds on orchard land back in 2019. Again, over at $10 million spent with no cumulative impact report. Therefore, because the dog park is within the boundaries of your latest consultant's state primary report that you issued out in February, or for the, January, for the Lawley Courtyard approval you did, that is under appeal. That is part of it that needs to be part of having a cumulative impact report, not just for environment, but also for historical impacts on the orchard and our historic resource that even you admit includes all those areas that I said, or at least your consultant did in your latest report of the official state primary record. So I urge you again to pull it and deal with all these, not piecemeal, with staff designs, with copyrighted plans and plans that have to have public records to see what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I look to my colleagues for a motion to pass do you have a follow-up question? of the commenter, or are you going to
No, I'd
move
like
on
to
the?
make a motion.
Yeah, please.
Move approval of items 1 through 4 inclusive on the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Meadows,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fleiger,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Now we are going to move on to our discussion items, and we have moved item 7 up to the top of the list. The parking restrictions around Los Altos High School. We wanted to address this right away because clearly there's a lot of folks in the room who want to deal with this topic, and better to have you not have to wait through all the other business first. So do we have, are we going to start with staff report? Okay, please.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Stephen Son with the Public Works Department. I have before you a presentation on the proposed parking modifications around the Los Altos High School. Just for paraphrasing, what the staff is requesting is existing parking restriction around Los Altos High School to be modified to a 2-hour parking from 8 to 12, Monday through Friday, excluding Almond Avenue, since that's to remain as no parking 24 hours, 7 days a week. Existing no parking restriction from 8 to 12 will remain north of Jordan Drive to approximately 500 feet north of Jordan along Panchita, Los Niños, Distill, Casita, and Alicia Way. Staff is also requesting permission from council to install 2-hour parking from 8 to 12, Monday through Thursday, at other locations deemed necessary to address parking issue around Los Altos High School. So this is kind of a summary of what the staff is requesting. The area that you see on the red are remaining as no parking Monday through Friday from 8 to 12. That is approximately 6 homes north of Jordan. From that point on, all the way to Alvarado, that could be converted to 2-hour parking. On the south side, the area south of Jordan, the area that you see in a bluish square, those currently have various parking restrictions. Some varies from 8 to 4, 8 to 2, and no parking. Just to bring uniformity throughout the whole area, we will be converting that to a 2-hour parking from Monday through Friday from 8 to 12. So this will bring uniformity throughout the whole school area. Just kind of give you a little bit of a history of what's been going on. The residents who's lived along north of Jordan has been experiencing numerous parking issues for many years, basically. This has been an ongoing issue, from my understanding, for 10 plus years. They have been dealing with the brunt of student parking in front of their homes that is impeding the residents to able to utilize their property correctly, as well as it has been impacting their livelihood in the fact that students are parking in their lawn, throwing away trash, to try to get the closest parking space to the school itself. They have also been racing along numerous roads. I personally have seen some of the wider roads where 2 students are literally racing among each other, trying to see who could get that one space right on Jordan. This is an example of how the parking was prior to the installation of the parking restrictions. As you can see, the parking in the first 500 feet of that area has been fully utilized by students. Students are also parking on sections of the road that is basically an island that they cannot be parking at that location. This is a restriction. This is how it was on Los Niños. As you can see, the students are parking on Los Niños, and they're crossing Jordan at various locations, irregardless of whether there's traffic or not. So this is also causing some of the issues with public safety in the fact that the students are not waiting for cars to pass. They're just walking out onto Jordan to get to school because they're late. Distill, again, you don't see as much traffic in this particular day, but it does extend beyond the first 500 feet. This is a casita. This is the closest point to the high school itself, in the fact that we do have a main entrance to the school. So this is the prime location where most students wanted to park. Because of the issue of the student parking going on in this location, just to kind of give you a general summary of these are the type of complaints that has been received from the public. Blocking driveways, impact to mail, or trash pickup because they're parking in front of the trash can as well as the mail box itself. The postal service, when they cannot get to the mailbox from their vehicles because of the contractual obligation, they do not deliver mail. So these residents are required to go to the post office to pick up their mails. Because the vehicles are parked in front of the trash cans, on the days of trash pickup, the driver had to literally get out of the car, move the trash can around the vehicle for them to be picking up. There has been numerous littering in the neighborhood itself. So because there's no curb and gutter at this location, the students were basically parking in the people's lawn, basically. And like I stated, the students have been racing. The measures that the students, residents of this neighborhood has been taking consist of, majority of them were putting trash cans in front of their property to try to prevent students from parking in front of their homes. The one example right here is the fact that you have a fire hydrant, students were parking in front of it. So for that reason, the resident decided to put a trash can there so the student cannot park. You'll see a trash can in front of the mailbox. This is to allow the mail to be delivered. And some of them even took their matters into their own hand by placing basically illegal no parking in front of their homes. One resident even decided to place rebars in front of their homes to kind of rope that area out so that the students cannot park. Kind of a little bit of background history. How do we get here? First place, the Los Altos High School is on a 31-acre land. That is about the standard size of most high schools in the state of California. The school itself is fully built out. That is surrounded by resident homes, both on the east and the west side. So they have no means of expanding in that direction. You have Jordan to the north, and you have Almond to the south. So the school itself is landlocked. They're fully built up. Any improvements that needs to be going on is within that 31-acre land. Back in 1995, the school had a student population of 1,600 students with about 60 teachers with unknown number of staff. By 2022 and 23 census, the school had over 2,141 students, which represents approximately 30% increase in the school itself. Please keep in mind, school is landlocked. They cannot grow with the student population. So for that reason, they basically have to make do with existing land. This is currently a representation of where the students coming from to both Los Altos High School and Mountain View High School. I do not know exactly where the property, where the boundary limit is along this area, but this is kind of a representation of within 3/4 of a mile, you have a majority of their students in close proximity to the school. Most of the school students could be identified to be within about a 1.5 mile radius, and some of the outliers are within 2.4 miles. Based on the information received from the school, the white line that you see within those radius represent the limits of how far the students has to be away from the school for them to be qualified to receive parking permit. This is a policy that the school has implemented this year. So just to kind of give a general idea, the aerial photo on the right is kind of how the boundary is set. If you live outside that red area, you get a priority. Back in 2017, MVLA School District did a study to determine what are the needs of the schools, both for Los Altos and Mountain View High School, to accommodate for the future expansion. They knew that student bodies were coming in. Based on the numerous meetings with the public, they went ahead and had feedbacks, and they proposed some of the major improvements that is currently being constructed. Based on that, back in 2018, MVLA went out for a Measure E bond to raise $295 million. With that money, it was going to improve the school itself by adding additional classrooms, additional facility to expand existing programs, upgrade aging classroom and replace old roof, plumbing, and new electrical system, expand libraries, cafeteria, and other student support facilities. So these are some major categories that the schools were going to implement at these properties. This kind of shows you a representation of what are the area that is most impacted by the expansion itself. On the left are the areas that where all the majority of the improvements were going to be proposed as part of the Measure E bond. On the right, it kind of shows you an example of what are the improvements that is being proposed. So you have the student union, admin buildings, you have auxiliary gyms, and you have the two-story classroom building. So you're adding on to an existing footprint. You're reutilizing the existing footprint of old buildings into what the school needs. Because of the construction, the school had to utilize existing school property. That means that the 4 tennis court on the north side next to Jordan had to be utilized for material storage and as well as staging, basically. Contractors are parking along the softball field, which is this one right here. And then they have closed off the drive aisle from this point to basically the parking lot. So they have closed that section off for their construction activity. According to the Measure E latest report, these are status of all various improvements that has been proposed and where they are at this point in time. The modernization of the library is to be completed or to be determined for future, but right now the estimate is they'll be done by fall of 2026, but they haven't broken ground yet. The upgrade to the cafeteria is anticipated to be done by fall of this year, but they have also had some delays because of COVID and material storages. So right now, the anticipation of construction is completion is end of this year. The increased capacity for music and art program to support a well-rounded education, that's currently estimated to be completed by fall of this year again. What does this have to do with the school parking? Well, based on the construction, I just want to reiterate that in the construction that is currently going on does not have a significant impact to the actual reduction of the parking space that was originally there. There was some reduction, but it's not significant. By my estimate, it was about 70 parking stalls, and the school has about 300, if my memory serves me correctly. The 70 parking stalls were along the drive aisle that the contractor is currently utilizing for the construction activity. You currently have a potential of construction going on to 2026. So I don't know how the construction will be staged and the areas that's going to be impacted as part of this expansion. What it was impacted on with all the construction is the on-site circulation and the fact that the contractor has to utilize the parking space. You cannot use that drive aisle to go from Jordan all the way to Almond, so that has been impacted. So basically, people come in from Jordan has to go back out to Jordan. The school needed to expand to accommodate the increase in student enrollments. The footprint, again, I just want to reiterate, the school is landlocked. They cannot grow. So they're trying to make do with what they have at this point in time. Before the parking restriction, the area that you see here is how the existing parking restriction was going on. Almond was restricted to no parking at all times because that is a path to travel for emergency services since there is a fire station right there in Almond and San Antonio. Thank you. I just went blank. But the parking restriction that has been implemented through the years has been has varied significantly through the years. It wasn't because we were kind of piecemeal because we were implementing parking policies as the residents were requesting them. There's no uniformity. Basically, staff was just basically saying, if enough residents were asking from 8 to 4, that's what the staff was providing. If the residents were asking from 8 to 12, again, that's what we were providing. So there is no uniformity throughout this whole area. So because of this, there's no uniform policies. So it makes it very difficult to administer this program. He also made it very difficult for enforcement as well, since there's so many different parking restrictions. Before the new parking lots, before the new parking restriction, again, this is kind of a representation of how it was impacting the residents. You can see that people were parking where they shouldn't be parking, where we have recently striped as islands to allow easy access to right turns. People were parking there. They had disregard. They also parked on lawns. I just kind of want to give you a general idea of what was going on. Per council direction back in August, we went and implemented 8 to 12, no parking north of Jordan from Jordan to Alvarado. The reason why at that point in time I recommended that is I knew that the students would migrate to other locations. So I was trying to get ahead of that. So before the residents that lives close to Alvarado experience what the residents close to Jordan was experiencing, I was trying to restrict that parking at that time. After the parking restriction has been placed, the traffic has significantly calmed down. Yes, the parents are still breaking the rules and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But that is fraction of what all the violation that was going on. Just imagine the students doing all the traffic infraction at the same time as the parents. And a lot of the parents, because the students were driving the way they were, the moment they had a break from the students driving or parking, they would just drop a student off and have them cross Jordan. So it was unsafe. After the implementation of this, the students were starting to use crosswalks. The students were using the edges of the road during bike lanes to actually get to school. It was more orderly. If you go out there early in the morning from 7:30 till about 8:30, you will not notice that school even started. You do see a little bit of traffic. Hold on. You do see a little bit of the traffic increasing because the parents are dropping their kids off, but is not the chaos that you were seeing before all this implementation is going on. Yes, I did see the parents dropping more kids off, but the traffic is much calmer. This also goes with after school. Based on all the feedback from the residents, I kind of want to give you an idea of where the complaints were coming from. If the person gave us their name or their address, we're able to locate them. I did receive a lot of complaints without names or location of their address. So I'm unable to determine exactly how it goes, but majority of the concerns that I'm getting are from residents close to Alvarado. Yes, you do see some within the first 500 feet, but some of those complaints were because of they had construction activity going on, or the fact that they had in-home caregiver that could not park in front of their homes. The impact of the neighborhood after the parking restriction the traffic has been kind of distributed throughout the whole area. It's no longer one particular area that is now taking the brunt of the parking that was going on before. You could kind of see how it kind of spreads out a little bit. They're going out further. They're walking. The city of Mountain View is aware of the students parking along Jordan on their side, and they're keeping an eye on it. On the south side of Alvarado, the students are parking along that road where it is already restricted as no parking, but because we don't have enough signs out there, police is not able to enforce that. So that's one of the areas that we do need to correct. But this kind of gives you a representation where the students are parking at this point in time. What is being proposed at this point in time is a request from staff to go ahead and change the existing no parking to within the first 500 feet as no parking as is. From that point on, it's going to be 2-hour parking from 8 to 12. Then the reason why is because the majority of the feedback I received from the residents, those who live close to Jordan do not want anything changed because this has addressed the concerns and the issues that have been experienced for many, many years. So they would like to keep the no parking as is. To the north, this would allow the residents of this area to deal with in-home care, gardeners, contractors, or whatever they need to do that needs to come to their home for services. The 2-hour parking would allow them to go ahead and have these services rendered on the property itself. If they're going to be there for more than 2 hours, all they got to do is move 15 feet, and they will not be ticketed. This kind of shows you a representation of where the complaints are coming from as an overlay of the new parking policies that we're requesting at this time. Based on council's request, I went ahead and looked at other areas in various cities around us that does have resident parking, because that was something that is brought up over and over again by numerous residents. Basically, they're basically stating that it is an inconvenience if they have multiple cars to go ahead and move their vehicles at 8 o'clock in the morning. They're requesting resident parking. So we are the only one who does not currently have resident parking. Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, Palo Alto, and all the surrounding cities do have parking permits for the residents. They all vary depending on what areas that they're in. Mountain View is the only one that only allows resident parking permit in the downtown area. All others does have resident parking, but they have multiple resident parking districts and zones. So I believe when I looked at San Jose as an example, there are about 23 zones and districts. So the cost of implementing that is spread over a wide area. So because of that, I did not include the costs. The Mountain View has the highest cost associated with the issuance of the parking permit. San Jose is probably one of the cheapest. There, I believe it was like $29 a year per car. They also do allow guest parking. Majority of the residential parking permit is for just 1 year, except City of San Mateo, which is 2 years. So, yeah. In conclusion, the parking problem at Los Altos House is not related to any construction activity, at least not based on my opinion. The school enrollment has significantly increased since 1995. Again, 30% increase with no means of school expanding. Let's see. If the school decides to add additional parking on property, they would have to get rid of some amenities. And based on the 2x2, the school district is kind of concerned about removal of the amenities, because once it is removed, they cannot get it back. They're also concerned with the fact that if they go ahead and expend the money that they have for student and education to go ahead and install more parking, they're missing out on an opportunity to educate the students. So they hope not to go ahead and install more parking. Some of the things that the resident has stated also is the fact that the school should follow the policy of the city. School has no jurisdiction over the school. It is jurisdiction of the state architect. So they do not even have to follow our planning policies. The impact of the current parking restriction: the traffic circulation has been calmer and orderly. Students are no longer crossing Jordan at Panchita, Los Niños, Distill. So they're basically not jaywalking anymore. Students are now properly utilizing existing crosswalk, increasing pedestrian safety. Student racing to get the closest parking space has significantly been reduced. I do still see a little bit of racing, but they're using Jordan to get out to Valencia to see if they could find parking space out there. Or they're going from Valencia to Alicia to see if there's a parking space out there. So this happens, you see a little bit of a spike, but most of them goes towards Valencia from Alicia because there is no backup right there in Casita there, because that's a three-way intersection. The students are parking further away. They're not concentrated in one area, so it is more manageable. There is no concentration of vehicles being parked. So that's kind of a quick summary of the staff's report.
Okay, I'm going to look to my colleagues for questions of staff, and then after we take our question, or after staff takes our questions, then we're going to open it up to public comment. So be prepared to submit your speaker cards, okay, to the city clerk. Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sun, thank you very much for that report, and more so, thank you for all the work that you have put into this project. I know that it has been, it has absolutely dominated your time. You have put a tremendous amount of work into this, not just preparing for today, but this, I mean, you've been working on this, I think, for over a year. I know that it has been frustrating, and again, I recognize the amount of time that you put into this, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about the actual process of monitoring 2-hour parking? Right now, if there's no parking allowed, that's very easy to enforce, right? Code
Correct.
enforcement or police, if someone is parked there during the hours that they're not supposed to, it's a violation, that's done. But now we're talking about monitoring cars that are parked. How do we determine if they have been moved 15 feet? Are they being chalked? How are we monitoring movement? And also, what are the costs to the city in terms of enforcement? Again, enforcing a no parking zone is very simple. But what we're talking about now is going to require a lot more effort on the part of the police and code enforcement. And I'm wondering what those costs are.
Based on our latest proposals received, it's going to cost about $200,000 per year for outside agencies to go ahead and implement the no parking in this area.
Okay, for me interrupting, my understanding was that it was $200,000 a year for a permit part.
For permit parking.
Okay.
So that would include having to go out there and actually implement the 2-hour restrictions. So what they'll do is they'll drive through with a license plate reader and determine who was there at the time that they drove by. From that point on is where the 2-hour clock starts. So I don't know the exact logistics of how the company does it, but I'm assuming that it is coordinated with the GPS to see have they moved or have they not moved.
Okay, so code enforcement would drive down the street. There is a license plate reader. They go back in another 2 hours, and their license plate reader will determine whether the car has moved or not.
Correct.
And that will cost $200,000, just as a residential parking permit program would also cost $200,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
The $200,000 cost came from the negotiated contract that council will see in 2 weeks for the parking enforcement partner that is focused on downtown. So we use that cost because it's what we recently negotiated. So they're the same. Both are $200,000.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, it looks like you have a question.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sun. Echoing Councilmember Weinberg's thanks, because we know how much time you've really put into this, and we really appreciate it, and I know the community appreciates it. I want to follow up on Councilmember Weinberg's question about a car moving just maybe a block from where they had the 2 hours, because that would then trigger another 2 hour, correct?
Correct.
And so for the parking enforcement to work, the GPS would have to capture again that they moved.
Correct.
And then check again to see if they were there for more than 2 hours, or maybe they moved for another block. And so that would restart another 2 hours. So someone could just keep moving up a block to restart that 2 hour window. Is that correct?
Correct. The intent of this is not to go ahead and penalize the people who's wanting to park. The intent is to try to change the attitude of the public so that it is not concentrating the parking in a very confined space. So keep in mind that this request is from 8 to 12. So basically, feasibility, if we go ahead and check at 8 o'clock in the morning, we have all the license plate read. At 10 o'clock when they go through, and if a vehicle has not moved, they'll be ticketed. If they have already been moved, then that clock resets for that individual. So when the agent comes through and re-verify the license plate, let's say at 11:50, they may have to move one more time. But this is a means to address a lot of the concerns of the residents in the fact that they're concerned about healthcare providers not being able to come to their house, whether they are able to have social gathering in their house, gardeners, contractors. This would allow them to go ahead and have all that stuff that they've been asking for without the need for a residential permit. So this would be one aspect of it.
And that's a great segue, Mr. Sun, to my next question, because I saw staff's recommendations, and we all know that it's up to council to ask these questions and give direction on what we really want adopted. But I'm curious why staff did not, as part of its recommendations, include a residential permit program. Was it just cost, or were there other reasons?
The cost was a major factor in this recommendation. The 2-hour restriction would have been the cheapest alternative for the city and for the residents. If we go ahead and implement a residential parking permit, then the cost of implementing the program has to be cost neutral to the city. So the cost of the enforcement itself would have to be paid by the residents.
And what does that cost that would be imposed on the residents look like? Is it through how much we would charge for the actual parking permit? Could you elaborate on how we would basically transfer that cost, or have our residents contribute to the cost of the parking permit program?
Gabe, you want me to answer that? Basically, based on what my calculation shows, if we do go ahead and hire someone to do this parking residential enforcement, there's going to be a certain level of expectation from the residents that we would enforce it. So that $200,000 would have to be borne by the residents who is requesting the parking permit. So right now there's 135 homes north of Jordan. That cost would have been borne by those residents. If more neighbors join in on the parking permit, the cost would be spread out that much more evenly throughout the various areas. If it is only 135 residents, the cost came out to about $1,800 a year, so it would be $1,800 per resident. If we could go ahead and include the residents to the north and to south of Almond, it'd be about 367, I believe, which would significantly reduce the cost down to, I believe, I'm just trying to go off my memory doing this calculation. I believe it came down to about somewhere between $700 and $800, or it'll come out to about $300 and change, I believe, per permit. If there is more residents that's requesting permit, then again, economy of scale. The more people participate, the cost will continue to go down to implement this program. At this point in time, I don't know exactly how many residents would be requesting a parking permit. It is safe to assume that at a minimum, 80% of them would request it, because 20% of them has enough setback in their property to either stack 4 cars, or sometimes it's only 2 that they could put in. So they have multiple cars, they need 2 more parking permits. Some people just may elect to say, you know what, forget it, I'm just gonna pay for the parking permit so I don't have to worry about it. Again, that would be the economy of scale and reduce the actual implementation of this program.
Thank you. And my last question for now has to do with you shown on one of your slides a portion of the neighborhood where you're proposing having, I think, no parking from 8 to 12. Mm-hmm. And then farther out, it appeared as if you're proposing for those neighborhood streets, you would allow 2-hour parking. Is that correct?
Yes. The reason why that I'm proposing that is the residents who lives within the first 500 feet away from Jordan do not want anything changed. They prefer to maintain what new parking restriction has been installed, because they don't want to go back to where it was before. Majority of the complaints that we have received are residents who are at least 500 feet away from Jordan. They're the one who really wants some flexibility on ability to allow social gathering in their homes, gardeners, and others. So that's to accommodate their request.
And I know you showed the colored dots, and I'm sure you haven't spoken to every resident. So it's a general assumption, basically, based on who you've spoken with, because there may be neighbors, and I know this from even my own neighborhood, who may prefer the other option, right?
Correct. But these are based on the feedbacks I've received.
That you've only received. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meadows.
All right, I have a number of questions, and first, let me pick up on the question about the cost for a parking permit program and enforcement. So, let me turn it sideways from where the cost directly. So, regardless of whether we have a permit parking program or we have a sign that says parking only from XYZ, we're going to enforce both of those scenarios. Is that correct? So whatever we put out on the streets, we're planning on enforcing, correct?
Correct. If one would require an active enforcement, the other one could be a passive enforcement.
And can you explain the difference between active and passive?
If you have a parking permit out there, there's a certain level of expectation that because I'm paying for a service from the city, that they will have to go through and enforce that since they're already paying into a fee. But if we just have a 2-hour parking, then we could go out there once every 2 hours or once every hour where we don't have to constantly go up and down the road. So the thought is, we are hoping that by doing this, it changes the mentality and the
Right.
habit of individuals.
Right, so what I'm trying to get at, is there a significant difference in the cost of enforcement between a parking permit program scenario enforcement and versus any other enforcement we do? That's where I'm going.
Councilmember, yes. Right now, we've had parking restrictions in place. I don't remember the exact date, so we'll say the beginning of the year. We've enforced that parking 5 or 6 times as we've actually sent police through there. If you're enforcing no parking, you don't need to enforce that every day. As Stephen is saying, you can change behavior by enforcing it semi-regularly or by complaint. If we move to a neighborhood parking permit program, there would be an expectation that the residents paying for that service would receive that service. So we would hire a contracted partner to provide that enforcement, which is why the cost is higher for the neighborhood permit parking program.
Okay, so that's the answer to the question is, parking enforcement is more expensive with a parking permit program as is the administration of the parking permit program. And you're estimating that that total enforcement cost is included in that 200,000.
Correct. For that area, it's similar to what we just negotiated for. So for a neighborhood parking program, for the cost to come down and still to be effective, what we've seen in other cities is that they have multiple geographic areas. So if you look at Mountain View, it has the highest cost because they have one area that's bordered by that geographic area. If we were to say, council wants to do a neighborhood parking program and bring the cost down, we could look at implementing it around all schools, other schools. You'd have the same cost to enforce, but those costs would be dispersed among whoever's participating in the program.
Right, and the more that participate, the less expensive.
And
Yeah.
so if you look at other cities, their permits are much cheaper because they have multiple areas.
Right, and so that was one of my questions. So when you look at what's charged at the other cities, you're not paying as much, but because we're potentially could put a specific program in place, it would be much more expensive, at least if we did it and if it doesn't expand to other areas of the city. Is that correct description? Yes.
That's our assumption.
Okay.
If council was to ask for a neighborhood parking program, we would likely ask to look at other similarly situated areas to include them in something
Right,
like
for consistency.
Correct.
Okay, so can you explain, so we're looking at, parking for 2 hours only during these 4-hour period. I know that for a while you were considering parking for 3 hours only. Can you tell me why you landed on the 2 versus 3?
The 2 hours would maximize the intent of our parking restrictions out there.
The behavior change?
The behavior change.
Okay,
If it is a
thank you.
3-hour from 8 to 12, then the time is relatively short. So once you move, then you're there all day. So this is just to encourage behavior change and how they park in this area.
Okay, thank you. So you didn't mention in your presentation, but we've heard a lot of comments or at least one comment per resident on the court, Fontainebleau. And it makes sense because that was kind of a relief valve for when the other streets had no parking and they got stuck with a lot of parking. So I thought that in one of our prior meetings, we had already asked because we had public speakers about Fontainebleau. I thought we had asked that be evaluated and corrected. So I think I know the answer to the question I'm going to ask, but I only selectively ask leading questions, so I'll let you answer this one without me giving you the prompt. Why haven't we done anything at Fontainebleau, even though we talked about it earlier?
City Manager Gabe and I both talked to the residents of that area. They're waiting on a decision by council for tonight on what the council would like to do before we do any implementation. That's why I asked as item number 3 to implement the 2-hour parking at other location as needed, because the way the students are parking out there, it is narrowing a very narrow cul-de-sac to begin with. So it would impede any emergency response to the cul-de-sac.
Yes. Okay. And that's what I thought the answer was, but I didn't want to bias you in that. A couple more statistical questions. Do we know how many Los Altos High School students take the VTA bus that drops off at San Antonio and Almond? Is there, I think Vice President Miyahara is here. Do a lot of students take that bus? You can just nod yes or no. Yes, a fair number take the bus. Yes, okay. All right. Mr. Sun, and I also want to echo the compliments on the work that you've done. This is a tough issue. I was puzzled, though, by your conclusion that the parking problem at the high school is not related to construction. I don't understand how that can be. I mean, it's certainly not the sole factor, but how can it have no influence on the problem?
The reason why I stated that there's no influence in the problem is because the number of parking that was available prior to construction is a fraction of what the total parking was. So based on my count, when I've been out there prior to the implementation of these students parking along various neighborhoods, it was about somewhere between 150 to 200 kids who was parking their cars over those four various streets.
Right.
So given the fact that the students, even if those 70 parking was available, I don't know how the school was using it or how it was implemented, but the number of students who's requesting the parking permit is significantly more than what is available with those construction had it not been there. So it has very minimal impact in my personal opinion.
I would draw a different conclusion. 70 out of, if you just look at the number of students who apply for permits, and the proportion about half who don't get them, that 70 would make a big difference on that number, which then trickles down or trickles away from the street. So I don't agree with that conclusion. Anything is better than nothing in the case of this parking, in my opinion. Another question is, do we get complaints from the south side of Almond, which includes Merritt and parts of North Gordon, who've had no parking for like 8 to 2, I think it is? It's been for years. Do we get complaints about those signs?
I have not received any complaints from those residents.
Never had any complaint. And then my last question is do we have an update from the 2x2, and maybe this will be in our discussion period, that is relevant to the decision we're trying to make tonight? And if we're going to get it in the discussion, that's fine. You can just say that, and that will be the answer to my question.
Things from the 2x2 meeting will come into the discussion, and then they will
Perfect.
be also addressed at the end of the meeting when we do our council member reports and new business.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm finished, Mayor.
Councilmember Lang, do you have questions for
Oh, I
staff?
have questions. First of all, let me echo the gratitude, right? I know working on a problem that clearly has no ideal solution can be particularly frustrating. So thank you for your persistence. And particularly thank you for going out and looking and really getting the truth on the ground as a part of your answer. I really appreciate that. I wrote a number of questions and got very good answers from staff. For anybody who cares, those are all published on the website. So I'm not going to rehash all of those here, just in the interest of time. So three things. One, the construction issue that came up. Let me offer a rephrasing of the conclusion and see if you agree with it, okay? The rephrasing would be, yeah, perhaps the construction has had some impact, but the end of construction will not be a silver bullet. It's not as if the construction will end and parking peace will reign once more. Is that a fair way of summarizing the thought?
Yes, based on looking at the historical aerial photo of this area, 70 was the max that was available at the time. Through the years from 2011 to 2018, the striping arrangement has changed. So the number of parking space that was available at that area fluctuated. That's one of the reasons why I stated that I don't think it really had that.
Right. So on the one hand, of course, we welcome any parking space that can help relieve the problem, but we shouldn't expect a miracle to occur when construction ends.
No, this will not be the silver bullet that we're all looking for.
Okay. Another question. And this is less in terms of exact numbers, but as I was thinking about the cost and the impact of the different things, it struck me that enforcing the 2-hour window would basically piggyback on the enforcement. You're driving around. It's a little more complicated because you got to use license plate readers and keep track of the time and so forth, but it's still kind of the same activity. You're driving around and seeing if somebody's breaking the rules. It struck me that the permit program would be substantially more expensive because there'd be a whole administrative aspect, right? It's not you give out permits to everybody, that you got to show up with like a utility bill and show that you belong there, and they expire and you kind of come back and all that, right? So without putting an exact number on it, would you say that that added burden of administering it as opposed to not just cruising the street? Of course, you still have to do that. You have to look if people have permits or not, but you have this extra part, which you have to get people to prove that they have the right to a permit.
So the administration would largely be contracted and include in the 200,000. Residents in other cities are often able to do that online.
Okay.
Or sometimes you could come into the police station, but I wouldn't think that would be a large additional cost on the administrative side.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then this wasn't clear in the recommendations. Perhaps you could clarify for me. Talking about trying to make this more uniform, does the recommendation from staff also include a recommendation going back and revisiting the restrictions on the south side? In other words, changing the 8 till 2 p.m. and the 8 till 4 p.m. to also be 8 to noon. Is that part of your recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have questions of staff?
I already asked.
Okay. With regard to the cost of a parking permit program, I just want to draw out, by questioning staff, the assumption that it would be fully paid for is based on city council policy, correct? City manager?
That's correct, yes.
So our policy is to offer services to residents at fully distributed costs unless the council intentionally decides to subsidize those services. There are times when services are consistent with council priorities and therefore justify a subsidy. This particular instance may not be as compelling to, residents of Creekside to subsidize parking around Los Altos High School. And this is a factor in why our contemplated program would be so much more expensive than Palo Alto. How much is Palo Alto per resident?
The cost for Palo Alto is $51 per permit.
Yeah.
It's good
So,
for 1 year.
simple question. Is Palo Alto subsidizing their program?
I do not know.
There are a lot more residents in Palo Alto, so possibly the cost per resident is lower. but it seems like the differential is large enough that somebody should be able to say, yeah, Palo Alto is subsidizing their program. I'll say it.
So, Mayor, we don't know if there's a subsidy or not. We do know that their resident parking permits serves multiple neighborhoods. So as far as the research we've completed on this, if we were expanding to multiple neighborhoods, increasing the base of the people who participate, that's what would get the cost down. So if you look at the other cities, some cities have free parking permit programs, probably certainly a subsidy there. But others are $50, $20, $70. But when you look at those cities, they just have multiple neighborhoods. So if council wanted to direct staff to look at residential parking, we're happy to. We would just, again, want the consistency to say what other areas are similar to what we're seeing here.
So is it fair to say that if we wanted to achieve a parking permit program with cost to residents that is more in line with the expectations of residents in our neighboring communities, we would either have to vote as a council to subsidize it to a large degree, or spread it to enough of our residents to lower that per household cost. Is that a summary?
Based on what we've researched today, we think this would
So
be correct.
what other neighborhoods in Los Altos, in the opinion of staff, would even have a need for utilizing the permit program?
So I think we would prefer to do that investigation. We would make guesses right around schools, around other areas like that, but we would have to complete the research and come back to council to verify.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other colleagues with questions on the staff report before we go to public comment? Okay, so we will go ahead and take public comment before we start our deliberation. Madam Clerk, how many cards do we have?
We have 23 speaker cards, Mayor. However, we have 4 speakers who have requested to cede time to others.
Okay, so it used to be that seating time would net the person who actually spoke 10 minutes. And I mentioned that earlier today in my office hours, but we changed our norms some time ago. And so now it's 5 minutes for seated time. And for the rest of the commenters, I will give 1 minute each.
Okay, the first speaker we have is Jennifer J. We have Bo's son has yielded time to Jennifer.
All right, so in this case, we're going to say 2 minutes, right? Because we're going 1 minute each and you've got one person ceding you time. So if for some reason you can't get all of your message into these 2 minutes, please know you can also send it to us and make it permanent part of the record. And then also you and I can talk and so forth as we have already as well.
Okay, thank you. I come to you as a...
Second, I'm sorry, hang 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, and if we could, when somebody seats time, just raise your hand so that we can verify that the person who's seating the time. Good, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No worries. I can start over. I come to you as a mother of a young child. I've lived in the city for 7-8 years or so, and I purchased my house on a quiet cul-de-sac in a very laid-back, friendly, welcoming town like Los Altos because I didn't want to deal with these problems. I lived in Los Angeles for 3 years. I remember viscerally the stress of waking up at 8 o'clock and realizing my car had been towed. This is not the kind of town that I signed up to live in. The current conditions on my street are not what I signed up to live with. We differ from our neighbors to the north of the high school because these were not known issues that we bought into eyes wide open. And it's unfair and inequitable to push existing problems. I acknowledge they're serious problems. I would hate to deal with them. I'm dealing with them now. But these are problems that I did not sign up for. And so I believe that we have to solve this problem. But as I wrote to you, the solution posed that would apply to my whole street would create safety conditions for my young child that are magnitudes worse than what we face now. Instead of getting into the car from my front yard, we would have to park the car blocks away, walk straight down the middle of my cul-de-sac, from the end of my cul-de-sac down the middle of the street to a larger street, neither of which have sidewalks, street lamps, or lane markings, and force her to join the war zone of high school parkers circling around like vultures in our neighborhood every morning. That's not what I signed up for. And I believe that there might be a solution here if there's going to be enforcement of the 2-hour parking and somebody's going to have to drive around with readers, perhaps it's a smaller add-on fee to have residents who can register to have their cars exempted from enforcement of the 2-hour limits. And perhaps it's not an additional 200,000. Maybe it's not even close to that. Is that my whole time, or do I have another minute? Okay. Well, that's what I'm proposing.
Can I ask a question before you go?
Yes.
Can you please be a little more specific about exactly what you are asking for?
Yeah. I'm asking for no restrictions on my entire street until there's an exemption for residents. And I understand I have a narrow inlet to my cul-de-sac. I believe that applying parking restrictions to one side of that would be sufficient to deal with that safety concern without imposing additional safety concerns on my young child and my family.
Okay,
Thank you.
And you live on Fontainebleau, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions for this resident? Okay. Next commenter, please.
We're also going to inspect the lectern microphone for just a moment, so I'm stalling. The next speaker is Theodore Peter, and we have Devin Merced, who is seating time. If Devin could just, there you go. Thank you.
So we have 11 students here today, and 3 of us would like to speak. How much time can the 3 of us each expect?
Three minutes and 45 seconds each.
All right, that's great. Thank you. 3 minutes should be enough.
It is at my discretion. So this is how we're going to work it, right? 3 people are going to speak. The other 8 are ceding their time to those 3 people. We still have 11 total minutes of comment divided between 3 people. I'm estimating. My math isn't perfect, but give or take 3 minutes and 45 seconds. You don't have to use all 3 minutes and 45 seconds, right? If your message, particularly if your message is consistent, we'll get it. We'll understand without necessarily taking 3 minutes and 45 seconds to belabor. Okay.
All right, good evening. I'm Theodore Peter, a senior at Los Altos High School. I live about a mile away from the school in the neighborhood of Egan Junior High School. I've biked to school every day for the past 3.5 years, and since the parking restrictions were placed in December, my daily commute to and from school has gotten far more dangerous. I sent in a written public comment containing some photos and videos of the current parking and traffic situation, so hopefully you all were able to take a look at those. They add some context to the safety issues I'm going to be describing. Yes, there was always traffic on the streets close to the school, but things have gotten worse. Last year, I didn't have to pull all the way to the left side of the street, facing oncoming traffic to avoid traffic jams. Last year, I didn't have to dodge nearly as many pedestrians walking from their cars since they didn't have to park so far away. Last year, students could drive themselves instead of getting dropped off, so cars wouldn't open their doors in the middle of the street, forcing me to swerve out of the way. Last year, I didn't have to come to a complete stop in the bike lane on Jardin because of multiple parents dropping off students right in front of me. Sorry. Unfortunately, all of these safety concerns are now daily occurrences for me and all other bikers. Mayor, you have emphasized that public safety is the city's top priority when restricting parking, yet Jardin is far less safe now for every single person on the roads, and these safety concerns spill over into the streets that intersect Jardin to the north. I believe the city council and other city officials have some misconceptions about the current conditions on the streets. The city's capital improvement program manager has claimed that the majority of traffic on Jardin has come down, and there's no peak time when students are dropped off, but I see every day that both of these are false. In the agenda packet for this meeting, city staff claims that the parking restrictions have had 5 main effects. First, you claim the traffic situation is more calm and orderly, but the constant traffic jams on Jardin and intersecting streets prove otherwise. You claim that students no longer cross Darden at Panchita, Los Niños, Distal, or Casita, but dozens of pedestrians and bikers like me still use those intersections. You claim that students now cross at crosswalks, but every day I see pedestrians crossing in the middle of the street. You claim that students don't race to get to the closest parking spot anymore, but cars still cut me off while competing for the best parking spots. Finally, you claim that parking is now dispersed more evenly, but our photos of Jardin, Merritt, and Angela after the parking restrictions show that parking is just as concentrated as before, just on different streets further from the school. These traffic and safety issues that you say the parking restrictions have fixed haven't gotten any better. For bikers like me, who you dismissed when discussing the impact of the restrictions, the streets are now much worse. But my experience isn't unique. I'm only one out of hundreds of LHS students, parents, staff, and volunteers who face the same safety concerns every day. I urge you not to dismiss us and instead do something about the dangers your own parking restrictions have created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. It'll be another speaker who has, do we have questions perhaps for this speaker?
Just a point of order, which is,
Yeah.
could you please remind people to hold their applause?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and hold our applause. I know that you will hear things that make you feel a certain way, but let's hold our applause. So next speaker, please.
I'm not sure who's Milan. Yes.
Hello, City Council. I'm Milan Grbovic. As a Los Altos High School student with a permit, I believe the restrictions are a huge overreaction and fail to address the many realities of the situation. Beyond this, I think the city's assessment of the current situation is heavily flawed. Things have not gotten more safe for cyclists. As Theodore just said, biking is even more hectic and dangerous. If you listen to the city, you wouldn't get this picture. Quote, students are walking where they're supposed to be walking, not to mention they're crossing where they're supposed to be crossing. That's just false. You can like clearly see from this was on the front page of the school newspaper. In this other photo, there's clearly a cyclist right there. These photos are just from one day, and these were taken within a minute of each other. Mayor Daley also often claims that he sees the parking lot with open spots all the time. Past the fact that the time he took this is a bit unfair, I think. The last period of the day is most common free period. The idea that the parking lot is sufficient is just wrong as well. Theodore and I both take a dual enrollment course, which has a foothill professor drive to school, and twice this year in the month, including yesterday, we almost had our class canceled, and it was significantly delayed because he couldn't find any parking, which before he could. The city loves to say about safety, but every single street with parking restrictions doesn't have a uniform sidewalk, lighting, or any speed bumps. And it's not like the streets are too narrow. If you go to the Mountain View side, there are sidewalks, there's speed bumps, there's lighting. It's much safer. The street design for north of Los Altos High School is also very inefficient and unsafe. The bike route I used to use to school, because I used to bike to school before I got a car, I would go down Rangsdorf right here, and then I would have to go right and then left and then left, and then it was just terrible instead of just being able to go straight down to Casita, because the roads there are specifically made to be just inconvenient. If you go down Casita, you're gonna have to turn left and then right. It's not very well designed. I didn't have a license, and for over 2 years I had to bike to school. I can confidently say that while biking home at night, the unlit sidewalk lacking streets of Los Altos felt more dangerous to bike in than the 2-lane Rangsdorf, which included crossing a railway. This feeling of bad safety had nothing to do with parking. I don't buy the safety argument. I think the city, with one of the most unsafe street layouts in the area, no sidewalks, no lights, and no speed bumps, can't use safety as an argument to put blanket restrictions on parking, especially when biking safety has either stayed the same or gotten worse. I think that the city should, if they really care about safety, fix those real problems. It's in your power, and I don't think it hurts the 2,000 members of the Los Altos High School community. If you do that, I think I would consider biking, but right now it's just safer to drive. Many disgruntled residents, as well as the city, mention the growth of Los Altos High School as a reason for restrictions, but I think that's unfair considering the fact that Los Altos High School is legally required to give an education to every student in the area. I don't think that the school can't stop that and shouldn't stop serving the community by offering a world-class education to students of all backgrounds. I think the city council needs to join the school district to serve this community. Los Altos High School is physically too small to accommodate parking needs. Instead of blanket restrictions, put targeted ones. It makes no sense to see people parking poorly and deciding that instead of ticketing parking in front of mailboxes and driveways and other places that are unsafe, and we all agree that that should be ticketed. That is unsafe and that's bad. But putting blanket restrictions to solve those little problems is like cutting down a tree that just needs to be pruned. I think this speech was a little bit harsh, but I didn't mean it as an attack. I meant it as a wake-up call. Please do what's right and work with the school and student body to make effective and targeted restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. So we have another student speaker.
Osvaldo?
Okay.
It's good to see you all again. Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Osvaldo Valenzuela. I'm a senior at Los Altos High School as well. Last Friday, Larry Lang, thank you, Mr. Lang, you let me know that there was a webinar meeting between the MVLA board and the city council, and I attended it. And during the meeting, I don't remember anyone talking about targeted restrictions like my colleague Milan Girovic just mentioned. It was my understanding that it was illegal to park in front of driveways, to park in front of mailboxes. I don't know if the law has changed, but it seems cheaper, simpler, and less confusing to everyone compared to the 2-hour parking restrictions to just ticket the drivers that are already practicing illegal parking and to mark out red lines like on the side of the road, you know, where it's illegal to park. So it's clear to everybody, you can't park here. And that's just simpler. It's cheaper. And I understand that there won't be a solution to the parking that satisfies everyone. There's a lot of people in this community, but these current restrictions neither address the safety concerns nor the concerns of students and Los Altos residents. And I have some evidence, I guess you could say, to back it up. I made a petition 11 days ago on Valentine's Day for reform to the new parking restrictions on change.org. And when I last checked, it had 310 people who signed it. And these aren't only students, you know, these are students who bike, but these are also parents. It's also staff. It's also Los Altos residents. And I'm thankful that they made comments, you know, to let their voice be heard. And I work on this, I think about this issue every day. And every day that I work on it with my friends, with people I can call my colleagues, I get worried that what's being forgotten is that the students, parents, staff, and everybody at LHS, what's being forgotten is that they're also part of this Los Altos community. These students have jobs and extracurricular activities in your city. Me, myself, I work at a private company at Santa Rita Elementary School. I need to get to my job so I can work with the kids there, because that's my priority as an employee. And also, because of this, you know, the students who drive, they aren't just driving because they're lazy. They drive because they have to. I worry about the voices of the residents who oppose the current restrictions aren't being heard, especially considering that city staff's own survey show that more than half of the residents oppose restrictions, which is an assumption, but the evidence is there. I worry that the school is being burdened with the entire issue when they continually work to try to make students' lives better. LHS campus is only 30 acres, Mayor. What is the administration meant to do with such a small space? What could they do? Spend years and millions of dollars to build a multi-storied parking lot? Which, let's not even get into the parking issues that would cause because of the construction, and it would be an eyesore to everybody around, not just students, but also the residents around. I understand and agree that safety is important, but there are better solutions that can better balance the safety needs of the city, you know, as well as the safety needs of everybody around. We've gone from one extreme to another. There are better solutions out there, and it's your job to find them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
So
Go ahead.
that's as far as the seating time cards
Right.
that I had. But I don't know who is who, and so I only
Well,
have
I'm
8
going to assume
cards.
that of the 11 students that were, you know, who didn't seed time that wants to speak. Let's try that. Okay, so you can have a minute.
Hi, and just before you go, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and taking the time to do this. So I appreciate it. And
Thank you for
looking
your
forward to
guys'
hearing from you.
time. Hi, I'm a junior at Los Altos High School, and I just wanted to provide some perspective and solutions. We all have so many extracurricular activities, and our days are long. We don't get to always go home, and many people have 7-period classes. So when we get out, it's 6 or 7 at night, and some sports even go to 8, like lacrosse. And at least as a woman, I don't want to walk 15 minutes through streets with no lights. You have to go all the way to your car. It's kind of scary. And I'm not trying to like match stereotypes, but it can be dangerous to walk alone, trying to go find your car on a far street in a random court or not even a court. if it's all like backed up. And it's becoming dangerous to everyone. It's like, it's not safe. It's crossy roads. Like, all these random streets are not big enough to have these crosswalks. So everyone's just like running here, running there, and cars are like smushing each other in to just fit. So they're parking in those like islands and things like that. But I was thinking a solution could be this 3-tick rule, where I understand that the people living there will have these like reckless drivers, but we have cameras, we have phones, we can document these. So then
I'm going to ask you to go ahead and submit your suggestion as an email if you want, because your minute has expired, but I do want to hear your suggestion. So please email it to either the council email address or to public comment, and we will make sure that we all read it and it will become a part of the permanent record.
Thank
you.
Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Kelly Sims.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Kelly Sims. I am a resident of Mountain View. I have 2 children who have come through Los Altos High School. Despite all of your effort, I think this has created a real mess for this community of Los Altos, whom, even though I am not a resident of Los Altos, it is still my community, and my family live here as well. I would also like to say that not once have I heard about the children, the kids. Who is thinking about the kids and how we can help empower them and educate them to be better neighbors, to be better members of this community, which includes driving safely, abiding by the traffic laws, keeping each other safe on the road. And, you know, my student is a junior. We share a car, so often there are days where I have to take him. And it is dangerous sometimes out on the road, and I see a lot. And I get after kids that I know myself because I care about them. But I'd really like to hear about you guys thinking about how can we get these kids safely parked and into class and learning. Nobody's talked about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Catherine Farrell.
I'm David Farrell.
Okay.
She's seating.
All right. So David, you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead and come up.
I've been a resident, my family and I, Fontainebleau Terrace for almost 30 years, 29 years. And it's been a great place. I've never seen anything like we're experiencing now. And while we keep talking about the high school did this, high school did that, what we're experiencing in our cul-de-sac is a direct result of the council's actions in putting the restrictions on our neighboring streets. It's just has basically done nothing more than transferred a problem that existed and had to be taken care of in the other streets to a place where it never existed. And in the natural flow of things, if you took everything down tomorrow, the restrictions, it would no longer exist in our street. We're all here for the same reason. I'm so impressed with those students that spoke and with the women that just spoke before me. We're all here for the same reason. Ultimately, we want the same thing. We want to have students have adequate, safe parking at the school. This problem is something that needs to be addressed between the council and the school. I understand the issues with getting the school engaged, but we need to push those. And I think that we, as residents and students, should be able to help do that. I think the most equitable solution here would be to take down the signs, at least have a moratorium on the existing program. I just think it's an experiment that is being shown not to work. I respect all the work that's been done by your staff on looking into this problem and scoping things out, but you're seeing a very, very different, or reporting on a very different reality than we are seeing living there. I think the most equitable solution, take down the signs. Current situation, as I said, has only pushed the problem to other streets, and this will continue to be a street-by-street issue and not solve the problems. If the council isn't willing to do that, we need to do a no-fee residents guest-only permit in our cul-de-sac. I just want to reiterate the main issue is getting this thing resolved with the high school. And thank you for your attention. And thank you for all of you that I've spoken with. I know I sent an email to all of you. I've heard from most of you and have engaged in very constructive dialogue, even when there were differences of opinion. I very much appreciate that. I appreciate it's a tough issue. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Steffi Ganasan.
Hi, 1 minute, right? I just would like to, I actually saw your sign up there. It says inclusive community. As much work, I think, goes into the reporting, which I can absolutely see. It does feel very one-sided. It feels very much about the residents, which is understood. It can be emphasized. But I think you do have to pause your decision today. In the past, the community feels there's 2,000 students, 4,000 parents. There's people that want to be engaged with the school. They want to come to the school. It feels like a very hostile environment right now. Like, don't go to the school, don't touch the school. We don't want anything about the school. It's an intricate part of the community. It should be an inclusive community. And I just urge you today to maybe pause your decision, to really take in more input, which this community does feel like is needed, so that the residents plus the school community plus the student plus the extended street community have a chance to truly give you the feedback, okay?
Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura Largay.
Hello. So I'm LHS parents. I'm here to ask you to please remove the restriction, the parking restriction. I understand parking is a problem, but restrictions are not a solution. They're just moving problem and problem. I saw in the presentation problems and complaint of the resident, nothing about the student. Where are the students supposed to park? I don't know. Please let the student park and ticket to parks in legally. The schools is important for Los Altos. Is a resource for the community. Los Altos is attractive because of the school. Please, let's rethink about this. That's all I have to say.
The next speaker is Juno Soleil.
I'm going to concede my minute for this.
Peter Soleil.
Yes.
2 minutes, please.
Okay. I come from a unique spot around Los Altos High School. We live on the corner of Alicia and Almond, and which is the epicenter of the drop-off pickup disaster that happens every single school day. It's such a disaster that many years ago, I was the one who spearheaded getting the parking restriction from 8 to 2 on our part of the street. We're right from Alicia at Almond, about halfway down the street. That has definitely helped. However, every time I call the police when a car is parked in the red curb, illegally parked in the red curb and illegally parked within 30 feet of the crosswalk, which is now a new law, the police, they're too busy, they can't come out, students block mailboxes, et cetera, and I know you say, oh, just enforce that. I would love for that to be enforced. If that were enforced, it would help the problem significantly. So what I'm asking for is that the parking restriction, at least on Alicia, where the drop-off pickup zone is happening, remain in effect. Even with that, what we have are parents coming around the corner, stopping in the red zone, letting kids out, then parents behind them coming around and parking in the middle of the street, letting more kids out. I invite all of you to come to my house. I will serve coffee. It is insane, okay? I have seen, now we have a no U-turn sign. Why do you have to have a no U-turn sign there? Because people were making U-turns. Is it ever enforced? No. I was on a first name basis with one of the police officers who would come by and try and help me monitor the situation, but they just don't have enough police to be at every school in the morning during drop-off. It's especially bad. What else did I want to say? And I have noticed many empty parking spots in the high school parking lot. Like I said, I'm 2 seconds from the school. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I drive by, and I have noticed that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Lisa Bourgeot.
Hi.
1 minute isn't very long, so I'll say 3 of the things that I wanted to say, and I'll write you about the rest of them. First off, I'd love to take Juno up on her invitation, but I won't be able to park at her house. Second, it's not illegal, as far as I understand, to park in front of mailboxes in Los Altos, and I think it would be great to make it illegal and then to actually cite people on that. And the third thing is that if the police officers can come out and ticket on our now restricted streets for 4 to 6 days and change people's behavior, I don't understand why you think it's going to cost $200,000 to enforce a parking permit program when probably 4 to 6 days of enforcement would change the behavior. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Peter Johnson.
Peter Johnson, 364 Fawn Blue Terrace. I'm not going to talk about the issues with Fawn Blue Terrace. This week, I went to council hours with Mayor Daley, with Councilmember Lang, and with Nisa Flieger. By the way, wonderful, wonderful experience. We had a full hour and a half, essentially, to really hash through the issues. One thing that we talked about today with Mayor Daley was the idea that maybe there's a whole nother approach here. And that is, for example, this afternoon, I came home and I traveled Valencia and I traveled Panchita and all the streets, and I counted up to 90 places which are not currently being used, some of which are currently actually, but are not actually in front of somebody's mailbox, driveway, or house. They're, for example, on the end of the property, they're between properties, and so on. This really needs to be looked at hard. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And I will take the idea that you proposed this morning and run it through channels.
Next speaker is Lynn Emmerich.
Hi. I'm here because the current parking restrictions are there because of safety. It is a disaster north of Jarden. Our streets are narrow, and the traffic between the parked cars and the drop-off traffic was extremely dangerous. Many of us have almost gotten hit, including myself and my husband. For this reason, keeping the current parking restrictions on our street north of Jarden, that is so much narrower than the other surrounding streets, is really important. And it's also a main thoroughfare for drop-off and pickup. Now parents can finally pull over on the street without going into driveways and blocking other things when they wait for their students, which is really nice. So now the streets are less dangerous. However, parking permits should be added. This is the most popular request of almost everybody we talk to. If there are going to be some changes, I would request that instead of going down 500 feet, go the 400 block, which is only about less than 740 feet, and it gives more room for the parents to stop and wait for their students, and that's the majority of the traffic right there, and then further down is better. And thank you all for all your office hours. It was great meeting with you and having conversations.
Thank you, Lynn.
The next speaker is Michael Emmerich.
My name is Mike Emmerich. I live on Los Ninos Way. I'd like to thank Stephen Son for providing a very comprehensive report regarding the traffic situation north of Jarden. Last Tuesday, I attended, along with my wife, a 2x2 Zoom meeting with 2 members of the City Council, 2 members of the Board of Trustees, and the superintendent. I was very disappointed with the reaction from the school district. They still have no plans with respect to parking for students. They still are just not answering our questions. In fact, they said that the construction would last for 2 to 3 years. The residents and the students have put up with this for over 6 years. This was over $100 million project, and the school board did not include any plans for parking with respect to the students or the staff. We have given suggestions to the school board. We have gone to the school board meeting with respect to ideas that we have. We have documented that to the council. The residents and the city of Los Altos should not subsidize the school for their lack of planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
The next speaker is Mary Lou Varney. Next speaker is Tal Shalom.
Hi, thank you, council members. I represent a student that is very busy now and cannot be here, but he also cannot take his bike to school. It's really, really dangerous. I would never let him go from the Los Altos Hills where we live. And I think all the solutions that were brought here were just against the student. They were not even like considering the student. They were like against how we can make them more hard for the student. And instead of thinking like broadly, a more balanced solution. And I appreciate Peter that he has a good solution that maybe to give permit to street. But I just wonder if the streets are public or private. Do the residents around the school have the authority to ask for the street to be totally empty for parking? I mean, we all live in different places that have to suffer other things. I live next to a synagogue. Someone lives next to a church or next to a park. I mean, there are all other things that need to be considered. I don't think they have this right to ask for the permit to be subsidized by other residents, and also to have the street empty from any cars. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tal.
The last speaker is Catherine Kane.
All right, parent of 2 Los Altos students. I'm going to echo pretty much everything those kids said. Safety, whatever. What I want to actually use my time for is real data. Real data. I talked to you about this on a couple of emails. I've sent a couple emails to you. I'm not seeing a lot of data. I saw 7 red bullets up on that picture that said residents are unhappy. No surveys, no quantitative data, no interviews. Nothing has been shared. You use the word traffic data is better. Show me the data. I've seen nothing other than kids sharing with you almost getting hit by bikes. I drop my daughter off every Tuesday morning. I can assure you, kids are just moving further out. They're walking in the middle of the street. It is dangerous. Show me data before you make more changes, big, sweeping, expensive changes, because how much did every single one of those signs cost to buy and actually put in the ground? Use data. This is emotional, empathetic. I totally get it. Your data is poor. Use data. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers?
No.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a break now before we start our deliberation, okay? So about 10 minutes. Okay, we are about to undertake our deliberation on the parking restrictions around Los Altos High School. I will look to my colleagues to see if somebody wants to kick off this discussion. And I see everybody chomping at the bit. Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
I'm willing to go first, but before I do, I'm wondering if we should have a report from the 2x2 in case that's going to bear on that.
I could go first.
Yeah, let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to Councilmember Lang, and we will at this time provide a brief update of the 2x2
Right.
meeting as well with regard to the portion of it, at least, that pertains to this particular issue. There were 2 other items on that agenda, and we'll treat those later on
And just
when
out
we
of
do our
curiosity,
report
was
out.
that videoed? Do you know? Was not recorded?
There was a transcript.
Okay.
Yeah. We saw, my friend was in the meeting, he got the transcript, but I don't know. If you guys want me to email it right now to the
No. Just we keep talking about it, and I figured people, it's becoming like a mythical concert. Oh, if only you were there. So it was so great. Yeah, we the mayor and I asked our colleagues at the high school in the Mountain View Los Altos Unified High School District. Just for Brown Act reasons, it can't be everybody. It can't be a free-for-all, so it's 2x2, a sub-quorum of each group. They were joined by Dr. Ortiz, who's the board president, and Ms. Vonnegut, who's another one of the trustees, along with Eric Volta, the superintendent. We talked about a number of things, and I'll be talking about some of the things that were not related to this issue later in our readout, but they were there. Appreciated them being there. And we talked about a number of things. We talked about the numbers. The numbers are staggering, right? They're big numbers of people coming to and from. They're certainly much bigger than the number of parking spaces, that's for sure. And we sought to engage them in a number of ideas about looking at this beyond just the parking. Because I want to point out that for me, that's the way this increasingly is framed, right? We're here to grapple with a parking problem, and that's sort of how we're framing it. But more holistically, we have a transportation problem, a very substantial transportation problem. We have well over 2,000 people, when you include the students and the staff, going to and from a location in the middle of a residential neighborhood every day. And some of those people are enthusiastic, but let's face it, new drivers, and are learning how to do that safely. I also know that when I was that age, I set my alarm with precision so that I could get to school not 1 minute early because I like sleeping so much. And sometimes I think that causes a rush that's unfortunate. So we were we endeavored to bring up some other ideas. The notion that we could perhaps, as one example, just one example, we could look at other parking lots, perhaps private parking lots or public parking lots, where those could handle some of the overflow, particularly if the institution involved had a complementary parking pattern from the university, perhaps come up with shuttles, things like this. Certainly, I hear about the bike safety. Those are serious issues, and we need to grapple with those too. Clearly, we make our parking problem worse if people are unwilling to bike to the high school. It's just common sense. But I have to say, as cordial as the meeting was, and it was cordial, when we pressed our colleagues about how big a priority this all was for them, I was candidly disappointed by the answer. I should say I was grateful for the honesty of the answer. It's good when you're going through a negotiation to understand where you all are. And so I'm glad they didn't BS me, right? They were clear that this is just not a very important thing for them. And I get it, right? It's not that they don't care at all, but they have a lot of things they're trying to do to get this done. But honestly, we can't solve this by ourselves. We need a partner. We need a partner. It's not as if City Council hasn't dealt with this a lot before I have, and not just the parking, right? When you think how much time has gone into trying to engineer Jardin correctly, clearly this City Council and this dedicated staff is doing a lot of work to try to grapple with this massive transportation issue that we have in the middle of the city there, right? I appreciate everybody being here. I can tell you, I'm new to this job, but I have received more email on this topic than all other topics combined. Clearly, people care. I would just say, if you care that much, I would also urge you to share with the school leadership your sense of urgency that they should become perhaps more urgent partners with us about how we can work together, not just to solve the parking problem, which we will be working on tonight, make no mistake, but the overall problem of how do we get over 2,000 people to and from a place in the middle of a residential neighborhood safely in time to go learn, not distracted from that, right? So that's my goal. I doubt we're going to achieve that goal tonight, but we'll make steps. We'll make steps, right? Thank you very much for everybody who's provided input on all of this. It's just tremendous. It really is. People are very constructive. The office hours were great. A lot of email, and I should say, just to balance things out a little bit here, I'd say that most of my email is in favor of the parking restrictions, right? So you might come away from a different feeling from what you heard at the microphone, but just to put that out there, at least my email, a lot in favor. Often wanting to change them in some way because everybody's got an idea about how things could be better. Okay, fair enough. I think that's the main things. Let me just bottom line for you. There is no way I would vote to remove restrictions right now. I know that's going to be frustrating to people, and I heard good reasons. To be clear, that is not because they don't care about the students. I cannot tell you how grateful I am the students have come to this, to the 2x2. What a great way to spend a Friday afternoon, right? Listening to bureaucrats talk to each other on Zoom, like what a dream. So I appreciate the thing, but on some level, my feeling is like it's the tool we have. And if we just let go of the restrictions altogether, it's not going to help bring the partner we need to the table to work together to try to grapple with this big transportation issue that really affects our whole community, as multiple ones of you said. So that hopefully gives some thought of my reaction to the 2x2. Try to be relentlessly constructive. I'm not blaming. I'm just talking about where things are at and where we're going to at. And, you know, we're going to get into more details about what changes we might want to make, right? But I can tell you right now, I will be certainly interested in keeping some form of restriction there, partly because it just made things safer, right? I know it hasn't perfect safer, but I got a lot of feedback from staff. I've gone and looked. Those streets are safer now that there's parking restriction on them. And I've heard it from the residents, right? It's not perfect, far from perfect, as we've heard. But in any case, just where I'm at, there'll be more discussion about the details. In particular, Mayor, if you have things that I missed from the 2x2 that are relevant, I'd be appreciative.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there was a very constructive suggestion that Superintendent Volta brought forward, and that is to reestablish some of the parking on the drive that connects Almond and Jardin. Unfortunately, you know, in years past, there were as many as 60 spots on that drive, and it doesn't look like the school has an appetite to return that many parking spots to that particular piece of their property. Superintendent Volta, was willing to commit to maybe a dozen to perhaps 2 dozen, given that there's going to be some additional bike parking and things like that there. But I just wanted to add that was a concrete additional number of parking spaces. I mean, we don't know how many it will be, but I will say this too: when you have if you have a supply and demand imbalance, oftentimes the slightest supply and demand imbalance can create congestion. So don't assume that the addition of a dozen spaces or 2 dozen spaces won't have a material impact. It may, we don't know. We need to study it better to have a better sense for what the real supply and demand imbalance is. But I viewed that as a very favorable step to come out of that discussion. And certainly it's just a first step, right? We want to continue that engagement and that collaboration with the school. Do you have more? Okay. Now I'll look to my other colleagues. Councilmember Meadows, please.
So firstly, thank you to everyone who came out, particularly the students. The fact that you're here shows that you are the responsible ones. I don't think we'd be here if all your fellow students were equally responsible, though. But let me continue on with what there's a number of points. So last year, let me give you a reference point. I was the council liaison on the Complete Streets Commission. We were hearing about this issue there. Mostly was focused around Jardin, the street itself. Yeah, we could put that old configuration back and then we'd hear about that instead of the parking. There we go. I'm teasing. So yeah, that's not funny. I understand. But, you know, and aside from our valiant vice president from the high school here, who was in every commission meeting that I ever attended and has been at every council meeting, as far as I can tell, he's the only one that cares at the high school. So this is going to sound blaming, but I'm going to tell you that by late last school year, the school trustees claimed to not even be aware that there was a parking problem near the high school. There was a 2x2 last year. I wasn't on that 2x2, nor am I on this one. There was one 2x2. There was another 2x2 scheduled by one of the trustees who didn't bother showing up for the meeting. He insisted on happening, and so it had to be canceled. That was a former trustee. And I know some of the residents, because I've spoken with you, have tried to keep the trustees and the school administration understanding what's going on, but we're not getting that constructive engagement here. And this is what Councilmember Lang just said. And, you know, again, I don't want to be blaming, but I've been listening to all this for over a year, and we're not getting the high school. I mean, you can say we can't do it today, but we commit that when X part of the construction project is done, we'll put back 60 spaces or whatever. We're not hearing that, I think. So we have a huge level of frustration because this isn't a new issue. It's just impacting different people in different ways. I want to clarify that I care deeply about our students. For 10 years after my kids graduated from Los Altos High School, I supported the district through a nonprofit offering a mentoring program, and myself was a mentor. I care deeply for the students. I've presented at the National Honor Society when I was mayor in 2023, and I engage whenever I can with our students. But when we're not getting help from the school district, whose responsibility is to make sure the students can get to school safely as well and have a space to be when they're at school for their learning environment, it's really hard for us to deal with it all by ourselves. So as I started out, and this is not just the students, but if the students and the parents were more responsible, respectful, and better citizens on the road, this would have been less of an issue over the last year that led us to put these parking restrictions in place. And I agree with Councilmember Lang. Actually, the vast majority of our emails, so talk about data, our emails show a much stronger support for the restrictions. And again, you can define restrictions any number of ways, and I don't know what the best solution is. So, and again, as I said, you guys are the responsible ones, you young men and young women. Thank you for being here and engaging with your local government. I do agree with one of the speakers that said that this is, the roads are our city property. They're, you know, residents don't often think about it, but we don't actually own the easement that may or may not include a sidewalk. We certainly don't own the parking spaces, and we can't tell people, though some people do, we don't own them, so we can't say don't park there. But on the other hand, if chaos ensues, and I know we've heard from some of our students that, well, it's still dangerous out there, but it's not like it was pastoral before, and then now there's chaos. It's just that the lack of safety moved, I think. So we're trying to balance it for the residents. I do think that no matter what we do, we have to correct Fontainebleau because it was a safety valve that shouldn't have had to bear the responsibility. And so whatever we do has to be implemented there as quickly as possible. I will point out, though, residents, that on the vast majority of us have a 2-car garage. Some have 1, some have 3, but let's say on average we have a 2-car garage and we can fit at least 2 cars in our driveway. I realize that when you have a tandem parking situation and you have 1 car blocked, that's a bit of an issue. But that's already 4 cars that don't have to be on the street, albeit a little juggling. So again, I would like our residents also to think about how they can manage their spaces without having to park on the street if it's a terribly bad situation. I want to point out, and Mr. Son mentioned this, since he's been here, and I've certainly not received any since I've been a council person, south of Almond, this is on Merritt, this is on part of North Gordon, there have been no complaints, and they have much more restrictive parking, no parking, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And when I was mentoring, I used to have to do the pickup there, and it's a juggling situation. But part of it is change and transition and adaptation. So our job is to try to help with that change and transition and find a safe adaptation. So I just am concerned that a parking permit program versus just signs restricting hours will still have the same effect on the students, because generally speaking, most of the parking permit programs are going to be resident focused. I don't think the city can reasonably run a parking permit program for students on the streets. And so therefore, I'm not sure that I see that there's going to be a difference between a parking permit program versus just signs defining some sort of hours. So, like Councilmember Lang, I do not support completely removing restrictions. The main thing is to talk about, if most of us are in that area, we need to talk about what the restrictions are. I don't think I favor a parking permit program for the reasons that I just said, where I don't think it's not helping the students one way or the other, and I'm not sure it actually helps the residents if they're having a permit program and they're paying $400 per car or whatever the number was. Then you're going to make better use of the driveway, I think. I know I would. Certainly my husband would. Yeah, my poor husband. He's not going to pay that. So anyway, the school has to be a partner with us. We know that. We've been trying to get them to partner with us. I think the main discussion, as far as I'm concerned, is fixing Fontainebleau right away to be consistent with whatever else we say happens in that neighborhood. And I'll finish my rambling soliloquy there.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Like my colleagues, I want to thank everyone who showed up today and everyone who spoke today. I want to thank everyone who has sent emails in. I think that it's been a very useful conversation, and the comments have been extremely useful to me, and I'm sure to my colleagues. One thing that struck me, especially as I was listening to the public comments that were being made, is that the reality is that there are some different constituencies here. The residents have different goals than the students. Every time that I heard somebody talk and allude to that, to the fact that there are competing goals, incompatible desires when it comes to the use of our streets, I would hear someone say, I wish the other people would consider what my constituency needs. I heard some, but not a lot of people say, I hear and acknowledge what the problems are that the other constituencies have. And I acknowledge that those have to be taken into account too. That sort of active listening is hard. I would encourage anyone who goes back and watches this meeting or the council's future meetings on the subject to really keep that in mind. If you want people to come to your point of view, you have to understand and acknowledge their point of view and why they got there. This obviously is an extremely tough issue. It's one of the toughest issues that I faced as a council member. My philosophy and my colleagues' philosophy, I'm sure, is always we want to grow the pie, right? We want to find solutions to challenges that accommodate as many people as possible. Unfortunately, I think that we're really in a zero-sum game when it comes to the use of the streets, parking on the streets around the high school. I would like to note the process to date, and I think most people in the room acknowledge and understand that there has been a lot of thought and a lot of effort put into the restrictions that were put into place over Thanksgiving last year. There were some emails who said, how could you have done this? This was not well thought through. It is certainly fair to not be happy with the results of what we did, but to say that a lot of time and effort to try to find an equitable solution is not accurate. And I think that needs to be pointed out. Not many people said this in their emails, but I engaged with most people that emailed the council. A few people emailed me back and said, well, you did this over Thanksgiving break. This was subterfuge. You were trying to avoid taking responsibility. This is corrupt. I'll say that sort of, I understand the anger that leads to those sorts of accusations, but that's not what happened. I mean, staff put the signs up at a time where staff thought that it would be the least disruptive to the neighborhoods and frankly to the students. I know that there are people who are listening to me right now and they're very angry, not just at me, but probably at the rest of the council too. Keep in mind that the five of us up here, we are you. We're residents. We live in the city. I have two students who attend Los Altos High School. One of them just got a driver's license. Others of my colleagues, I have other colleagues up here who had students that attended Los Altos High, or they have students that are attending other schools. We get it. I mean, I hear from my own kids, hey, here's what's going on campus. Here's what people are saying. Dad, how come you have these parking restrictions? What are you, nuts? And you know, and again, that's fair. But I'm just saying it to emphasize that we're hearing it. Your comments are not coming on deaf ears. And no matter which side you happen to be on when it comes to evaluating solutions, we are a part of you. We are a part of the community that's here asking for some kind of relief from the council. I think it has to be noted that the reason I think that there's going to be a majority on the council that doesn't want to get rid of all restrictions is because, for the most part, the restrictions, they've accomplished their goals. Drop off north of the school is safer. Traffic around the school is safer. Residents are not having their mailboxes blocked. Trash is getting picked up. People aren't parking on lawns anymore. That's what we wanted the restrictions to prevent. When we okayed these restrictions, the council knew that it was going to cause additional problems. And that's one of the reasons that we're back here so quickly after having adopted the policy to put these restrictions in place. But I think that we've seen what we wanted to accomplish with the restrictions, we have accomplished. Now, can we do better? You bet. And that's going to be part of our discussion right now. I acknowledge the students who have said, no, you have made things worse. Here are photographs showing that it is worse. I can't speak to your anecdotal evidence. I mean, a photograph can be taken at any one time when circumstances are bad. All I can do is acknowledge that staff didn't go out there at one time on one day. I personally have gone out to Jardin and the streets around it at drop-off time, at pickup time, both before the restrictions were enacted and after the restrictions were enacted. And it is my observation that what is put in the staff report is accurate. That is not to say I disbelieve the experiences that you have had. It's not to say that I disbelieve your photographic evidence, but my personal experience says that things are better now than they were before. I also want to point out that the new parking restrictions are in alignment with the existing council's goals and priorities. Safe routes to school is a council priority. Parking is not a council priority. the new restrictions are promoting safe routes to school. I think they just are. Getting to some of the concrete proposals that are in front of us, for the first position I'm going to take is when it comes to the streets that are south of the high school, I wouldn't make any change at all. I understand staff wants everything to be the same, but everyone, all of the restrictions that are on Almond and south of Almond, no one in this room has had any complaints about it. We haven't gotten any emails that complain about it. Since I've been on council, I haven't heard anyone make any statements. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would not support making any changes to Almond and south of Almond, even if that means that we have different restrictions in place for different parts of the areas around the high school. I am sympathetic to the students that have explained their need to drive, especially so they can get to work afterward or because they have to be on campus very late. My students are sometimes on campus very late for their own events. I get that it's not fun. Nobody wants to leave a well-lit parking lot on campus to walk through the streets that are around. And the reality is Los Altos streets, we don't have sidewalks. There aren't streetlights everywhere. I get that. And I think that does have to be addressed. I am also extremely sympathetic to Osvaldo's comment, and forgive me, I don't remember your last name, but your comment that some people have to go to work, some people have to leave campus right away because they have other commitments that are important, and that may be even vital to the community. I spent a lot of time kind of struggling with that. How do we prioritize that? And the conclusion that I've reached, and I hate to reach it because I'm afraid it's going to fall on deaf ears. We need the high school's help with this. The question and answer, there were questions that were asked, and our question and answers that were published earlier this afternoon include interrogatories about how parking permits are allocated. And there are some, apparently there's some priority given to students that are far away. I get that. But otherwise it's more or less a lottery. I would almost beg the high school, and I am begging because we've seen that they're not really willing to engage us otherwise. I'm begging the high school, look into this policy and give priority to students who have to stay late after dark, to students who have to go to a job, to students who are willing to carpool to get another car off the road. All of those should be factors that I think the high school should take into account when determining who gets a parking permit. I don't know how the city can address that. I just don't know what we can do to accommodate those needs, but I think that those needs are very, very real. And failing to accommodate that, I think, puts an added burden on families that are perhaps struggling more financially than others. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. And again, I think that the solution has to come from the school itself. I am not in favor of a permit program. I think that it is truly too expensive. It's going to unfairly penalize homeowners with more modest means. And I know I'm disappointing some people in saying this, but we again in the Q&A, it was stated that a parking permit program is probably going to cost $375 per car. That is an enormous amount of money, and it really does penalize families of more modest means, and that might be struggling financially. I don't like pay for play when it comes to public resources. That does not seem right to me. I also am loath to subsidize for one neighborhood a program that has to be paid for by the rest of the residents. It's just it's not the way that I think the city should do business. The mayor made that comment earlier that how would someone at Creekside feel about subsidizing a program that only helps another neighborhood. And I think it's going to lead to more requests for the city to subsidize, whether it's a parking permit program or something else that benefits just a small segment of the community. And when the argument is made, well, how is that fair to the rest of the city? The response will be, well, you did it for Panchita, why won't you do it for me? It's just not something that I wouldn't cross that road. I don't think that it is in the best interest of the city. I have struggled with the idea, and I really wanted to support it. But when I saw today what the costs are going to be, it's just, I think it's just too much. And again, I think it's inequitable because households of modest means will be at an extreme disadvantage and may not be able to afford participating. I'm not enthusiastic about the idea of 2-hour parking. I wonder how the enforcement is going to work. And again, $200,000 sounds extraordinary to me. It just, I'm going to go so far as to say it's mind-boggling, but that is an awful lot of money to try to enforce 2-hour parking on segments of 4 separate streets. I think that it's going to undermine the efforts to make the streets north of the high school safe routes to school. One of the reasons that I think that those streets are now safer is because there aren't people parking there. So when students have to walk, when cyclists have to cycle, they're able to stay out of the middle of the road. They don't always choose to do so, but they're able to, and they were not able to do so when there were cars that were parked all the way down. So then if we start allowing cars to park on the side of the road, I think you're pushing people back into the middle of the street. Clearly, some streets are now suffering based upon the restrictions that are in place. We have heard from residents of Fontainebleau. I am absolutely in accord with what Councilmember Meadows said. I'm going to support giving staff the authority to add regulations to those streets that clearly need to have them added because they're suffering an undue burden. And I understand that having no parking on your street may not be the solution that you want. But again, given where we are right now and the situation, the free-for-all that we had prior to enacting the current restrictions, I still think that's the best way to proceed. Finally, I'm going to propose something, and this was suggested to me by a friend who I had extensive emails with. I don't have the permission to use their name, but the way that the program was initially implemented, I think really did shock the community. And when I say the community, I mean all of us. I mean those in the high school. I mean residents. It just, the city gave warning, but clearly it was not enough warning. I would be in favor of refunding every parking ticket that has been issued. And if new parking restrictions are put in place, I would favor a policy that says for 2 weeks, all enforcement does is give warnings so that people have a chance to get adjusted to what really is a radical new situation on their street. And I will leave it at that.
Okay, as I look up and down the dais, are there colleagues that haven't had a chance yet? Vice Mayor?
Yep, I think I'm the last one before you.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. And let me start off like my colleagues, thanking all of you who showed up today, sent us emails, phone calls, showed up for our office hours. We're not able to make the decisions on your behalf on what we believe is in the community's best interest without your feedback, input, and comments. And you'll hear in our deliberations on whatever decision we make tonight, we did factor in your feedback. So I really want to thank you, and like every other council member, special thanks to the students who showed up, who are still here tonight, and I know they have school tomorrow. This is the type of engagement that we wish all kids would model. And so regardless, and it's also a learning, because regardless if the outcome tonight is not what you're advocating for, and it's not the ideal situation for you, I don't want you to look at this as a failure. The fact that you're here, it's a success. And I really want you to walk away tonight, regardless if you got everything you asked for, knowing that you really are serving your community, you're representing your colleagues and fellow students, and it's something to be proud of. It's something your parents should be proud of. It's something the school should be proud of, that you're showing up and advocating for yourselves and the student population, because that's a skill that will serve you well today and in the future. So don't be discouraged. A matter of fact, don't stop advocating. Whatever decision gets made, if it's counter to what you want, sometimes I tell, don't give up. You never know. We look forward to hearing your continued review and feedback in case we missed something. So I really want to thank all of you, and residents, community, the school, regardless if we're not happy with how much the school is willing to do today. We do appreciate the fact that you have showed up for the 2x2s, and I know we've always had the school representative, and like my colleagues, I do want, and I will call upon the school to do more, because this is a partnership and the city alone cannot handle this burden. I want to step back and say, regardless if it's a student, a resident, the school, or counselor, or city staff, the underlying issue here is public safety, right? You hear from the students, biking, illegal crossing of the street, illegal drop-off, parking in front of mailboxes or on lawns. All of this comes down to public safety, and that's what we care about. And so we need to create an environment around the school that creates safety for everyone. And the primary cause right now that we're seeing is the fact that there's so much parking and chaos taking place. There's no order to it. That is what's contributing to the chaos and causing a safety issue. So as council, we have the responsibility, because we've all surveyed the area, we've all driven by, a matter of fact, I've sat on Jardine and watched what happened. Like, we've all seen it. We know it's an issue. Parents are also responsible. We're all responsible. We're all in this together, and we have to find a solution. And our goal, again, as your representatives on council, is to ensure we implement solutions that keep us safe. I want to start off with just my approach to restrictions. I think they should be uniform throughout all the neighborhoods. I know right now they're pretty haphazard. As Mr. Sun explained, this neighborhood showed up for Complete Streets Commission, they complained, they got a sign. Another neighborhood showed up, another street showed up, they got their sign. And so that piecemeal approach has also contributed to this problem, because the 8 to 12 block, they're able to keep parking off their street, and then the parking goes to another street. And we hear that from the Fontainebleau residents as well, based on the parking restrictions that we implemented in November. So I am 100% in favor of a uniform approach around the school, and I know that may take time for us to implement, but I think that is the right solution, so we don't have this finger pointing and we don't feel like one street is getting the better restrictions than another street, and we don't want a situation where, because one street has 4 hours and another street has 2 hours, then the 2-hour street will get the bulk of the traffic. I am 100% supportive of figuring out how to have uniform restrictions around the school, and we can talk about the distance. On the other hand, I don't think we should remove, and I think the mayor hasn't spoken yet, but right now I think at least 4 of us are saying we shouldn't remove the current restrictions, because I do think we should phase in whatever we decide tonight, whether 8 to 12, no parking, 12 to 6, 2-hour parking, whatever we decide as the restrictions going forward. I believe we should keep the current restrictions, address the Fontainebleaus of the city. And I don't want to give the impression that we're rewarding a street because those residents showed up, right? Yes, we're mentioning Fontainebleau, but it's because they've worked with staff and staff has identified why this street really needs an immediate solution. And I will ask staff that whatever criteria they're using to determine that Fontainebleau needs immediate attention, that same criteria is applied to other streets, even if the residents on those streets don't show up. I don't want this to be a situation where it's because the residents who have time or they're able to come to meetings, they're the ones who get the benefits of restrictions. So I want to make sure that whatever we decide with regards to Fontainebleau, because I think there's a demonstrated need for an immediate solution, that we apply those same criteria to similarly situated streets. So I'm in favor of keeping current restrictions, addressing the fountain blues around Los Altos, but then moving forward with transitioning to uniform restrictions, whatever we decide those are. So we would eventually change whatever restrictions are on Los Niños, Valencia, it's uniform throughout unless there's an emergency vehicle reason because of the width of the street that we need to make an exception. I am in the minority and I'm okay with that if you know me. I 100% support a residential parking permit program. You know, there's several neighborhoods and I've been, like many of us, engaged in the community for a long time, and safer routes to school has been one of my top priorities since I started getting involved. And I know there are many neighborhoods in Los Altos that have been asking for a residential parking permit program for years. And I know former Complete Streets commissioners and current commissioners will say this as well. And so if the cost issue is really determined by how many residents and neighbors participate in the program, I can guarantee you there are going to be enough neighborhoods and residents participating in the program to bring the cost down. There's been a demand for residential parking permit in Los Altos. And so, Mayor, if there's going to be a vote on it, if we can separate the items, if I'm in the minority, I will definitely stick with supporting a residential parking permit program because I do think it's something that will serve our community well. I think we can make the cost work for our residents. I do not support, and I don't think there's a need to subsidize it because, again, I think the cost will come down. You can always have a hardship exception. With all due respect to staff, and I appreciate all the work Mr. Sun has done, I think a member of the public also made this point. Enforcing a 2-hour parking restriction that will change behavior will also change behavior when you enforce a residential parking permit program. I mean, you're gonna do it every 5 hours, every other day. Kids, parents get the message. Same thing with the residential parking permit program. They will get the message. And if the assumption is if residents are paying into a permit program, their expectations are gonna be higher, our residents, as we've seen today, their expectations are high, regardless if we have a residential parking permit program. So they're going to expect us to enforce it, regardless if it's a residential parking permit program or if it's not a residential parking permit program. And so, I always appreciate staff's work, but on this point, I think having a residential parking permit would solve a lot of the concerns we're hearing. And there are many neighborhoods in Los Altos that have wanted one. And one of the ways it would easily benefit our residents is they could park on their streets, or their helpers could park on their streets when we have the restrictions, wherever we end up on restrictions tonight. And so, don't know if I'll convince my colleagues, but I definitely wanted to put it on the record that I support having a residential parking permit program. With regards to phasing this in, I think it does take time and money. And so I could see this happening maybe August in the fall. So we would figure out whatever council's direction is, whatever the new parking restrictions would look like. We aim to have this done over the summer for the reasons you have heard, so they can go into effect in August before school starts. And bottom line is, if there are parking restrictions, it will change behavior. And so I want to go back to the students who are here tonight, who I know feel immediately impacted by these parking restrictions. For the short term, you will feel the impact. I will not be one to say, oh, you'll be okay. Yes, you'll feel the impact. It's a change of behavior. It's different from what you've been doing. But then you'll realize this is the new reality, and you will adjust to it. Right? And so that's why we need to figure out what's best for the community, make sure everybody's educated, as Councilmember Weinberg said, on what the new restrictions are when they're going into effect. And the students will have to figure out where to park. The school will have to work with their students to figure out where they park. But that's what we have to do. We put the parking restrictions in place, and the behaviors will follow. And hopefully it will be positive, and it will have a positive impact on our community. With regards to the school and the role of the school, we've heard, provide more parking. Priority should be based on where a student lives, the distance from the school. And also, I liked Councilmember Weinberg's suggestion of even the carpool. So this lottery process that MVLA currently has, I don't know why it's a lottery system, but I think to help us with a parking solution, moving forward with making sure that if a student, regardless if they're a senior, junior, a freshman, if they live a certain distance from school, they should get priority for a parking pass. Last year, one of the things that we were able to work with the school on doing is getting rid of that parking fee. I think they used to charge a fee for the students. And so we know with suggestions from you, they can make some small changes that can have a huge impact. With regards to the city, I do think we should do a better job enforcing speed. There's a lot of speeding around the school. I think that's something we can do. Enforce illegal parking. We heard from Juno, who lives on Alicia Way. We need to do a better job of enforcing illegal parking, both in front of mailboxes and in the red zone. Illegal drop-offs. We as parents need to do a better job. And if we're not complying, then we also need to make sure we're enforcing that parents aren't pulling up in the middle of the street and doing drop-offs. And so maybe we can work with our police department or whatever third party we work with to make sure that they're enforcing these things, because again, the underlying goal here is to make safer streets for everyone. And then with regards to biking, I heard from one of the students that he, doesn't feel safe biking. We hear you, and that's actually been one of our priorities. We want to make our streets much safer for cyclists. That's been one of our priorities. And so our response to that is not to move away from parking restrictions, but to figure out how to make it safer for kids to bike to school. That is what we should be focused on. We want to make it easy and safe for you to get to school. And so I think I've addressed all the issues, Mary. I'm looking at my list. I did want to address the survey about what neighbors want, because we see this all the time, right? We don't hear from all neighbors, and we draw certain conclusions. And I know of situations where we assume, we surveyed residents, and it appears as if most residents don't want parking restrictions, so you don't put parking restrictions there. And then we hear, no, we wanted parking restrictions too. And so I think we need to step back and really figure out what the best solution is for the community. And not just based on, what resident shows up, who's saying what, who's willing to do a survey or to talk to city staff. We really need to make these decisions based on what we think overall is in the best interest of the community. So I'll stop there, and I want to thank everybody again for coming.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So here's my perspective. I actually have two young people in my home, and they're both drivers, and we have a lot of cars as a result. And, my 16-year-old, before they started driving to school, like a week before they got their license, got doored. That, for those of you who don't know what that term means, they were riding their bike, abiding by the rules in the bike lane, and somebody stopped where they weren't supposed to stop to let their kid out for school and opened the door into the bike lane and sent my kid to the emergency room. So the stories about bike safety, will haunt me. When I finally go to sleep tonight, that's probably going to be what's going through my head, is what the kids are encountering on the way to school. I have observed far worse behavior from parents than I have from kids. This, what I'm going to say, I'm going to get a little bit blunt. This is an entitled community full of successful people, many of whom believe that they are the smartest person in the world. Many of whom believe that their urgency is far more important than their neighbor's urgency. And it causes terrible behavior on the streets. I have photographs of parents straddling the bike lane, waiting for their student to exit campus when there is a spot on the curb 30 feet in front of them and they won't pull forward. But you know what will fix that? Tickets. And we're going to do it. we're going to start writing a hell of a lot of tickets. And that's going to happen no matter what we do with these particular restrictions tonight, okay? We have already contracted with a firm to come and write tickets for people who are doing bad things in terms of how they park, or people who are making U-turns that are unsafe, or straddling, bike lanes in their car and things of that nature. So we will absolutely increase enforcement no matter what. Now, all that said, this isn't going to end tonight, right? Mainly, I think we're here tonight to try to mitigate some of the burdens on stakeholders, not just residents, but students and staff. And, basically, you look at our mission, it's everybody who comes to Los Altos are our constituents. It doesn't matter whether you live in Mountain View and you go to school here, or whether you live in Sunnyvale and you teach here, or you live in Menlo Park and you work in one of the restaurants downtown. All of these are stakeholders, right? So our first task was to address a safety issue, right? But the second task is then to try and mitigate the burdens created by those safety measures. And so that's the step that we're in tonight, is an effort to mitigate some of these safety measures. It's not going to be the last bite at the apple, right? This is going to be an ongoing issue, in part because you have a structural challenge. We have 700 more students than what the high school was originally built for, and probably a higher percentage of the students actually driving than may have been anticipated originally. And I think that's probably because our public transportation and biking infrastructure and other things haven't kept pace with the growth, right? So tonight, we're here to try and mitigate some of the burdens. But this problem will be before council as a transportation problem for quite some time. So we have suggested, for example, that we have parking capacity at the Civic Center. Unfortunately, that idea didn't quite get as much traction as one might hope, but it's ideas like that we're going to have to continue to bring forward, right? And one of our residents this morning in my office hours came up with an interesting idea that is kind of a hybrid approach to the parking permit program. We'll flesh that out, right? But the way I look at this, first and foremost, it's an issue of public safety. I've read plenty of emails and heard plenty of comments poo-pooing that. Let me just explain what public safety means. Public safety isn't solely being able to walk down the street without encountering, traffic and parking issues. Public safety also pertains to whether or not our critical public safety infrastructure can serve those residents. And I can tell you from my own observation that there are places in that neighborhood that a fire truck cannot get to at certain times of day, right? Part of it is going to be ameliorated when we start enforcement. I have a photograph of somebody sitting in their car between two no stopping anytime signs on the corner of Distal Drive and Jardin. And clear as day in the frame, in the photograph, is the sign right in front of the person sitting in the car and the one right behind them. And yet they think that that rule doesn't apply to them. Well, when they have to pay a ticket, they may start to think that that rule will apply to them. So I don't favor rolling back the restrictions. I do favor efforts to make them more equitable and to do something about, for example, the court, Fontainebleau. Because that's not only a safety issue. It's also, we also have a mother who has shared her lived experience trying to just, manage day to day with a little kid. I'm also sensitive to that. I raised both of my kids. I'm a single parent. I was a stay-at-home dad when they were young. I get it. You know, I know what it means to try to decide whether or not you're going to read your email or take a shower or do other things while your kid sleeps. You know, working at home so that you can take care of your kids is probably more stressful than working in a workplace. So I have a lot of sensitivity to families that are dealing with that. But to make a long story short, I don't favor eliminating the restrictions at this time, but I'm not going to quit trying to find ways to find more parking places for the students, to find more transportation solutions that may or may not involve cars. And I'm not going to stop working trying to make the neighborhoods more safe. So please don't think that this is the end all be all, whatever we come to tonight. And that said, you know, I am prepared to vote for the recommendations that are before us. Do we have other commentary as part of the deliberation, or I would also entertain a motion if
there was just a couple issues
Yeah,
that
go
I'm
ahead.
not sure if we know where the majority was, but I would agree with Councilmember Weinberg about not changing the south of the high school right now. I would start the changes from Almond northward so that, you know, Valencia, Alicia, Jordan, and the streets that have had the problem have more consistency, if that's needed. But I don't.
Hang on one second,
yeah.
Sally.
Go ahead. That's fine.
I like the way that you're framing this, and this is very helpful for us to move forward. So I'm going to pause for a moment and just do a straw poll and look at my colleagues and say, with regard to the north-south, do you feel like the changes should be in the north and not the south, or do you feel like they should be homogeneous north to south?
Right.
And I'll start down here.
I would prefer consistency, but I would not change south of Almond right now. Another way we could achieve consistency is add another 2 hours, right? It could be 8 to 2 on the north side, just to point out if consistency is important, right? Because there's the human psychology of loss aversion. People hate losing things more than they like gaining things. And so when we take 2 hours away from the people in the south, our inboxes will fill up yet again. So I don't think it solves any problem right now. So much as I would prefer consistency, I don't want to achieve it by messing around with south of Almond right now.
Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead, but we already have three
Okay.
people on that position. So.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure, because I was agreeing with Councilmember Weinberg in the first place. So did you not agree with the way that this discussion went? I just curious.
No. I do agree with it. I don't care about the consistency. I think
see.
that
All right.
that's having consistent rules when we could have better rules that aren't consistent seems like a foolish trade-off.
All right. And we can always have that discussion later, but for now, I think, yes. Okay, Mayor, sorry, I'm taking over.
All right. So now let's look at the proposed changes and contemplate them for the north portion of the neighborhood then. Okay? I will start down here and ask Councilmember Lang, are the proposed changes acceptable to you, or do you see a need to change or adopt a different set of recommendations?
These seem acceptable to me. I'd say I'm particularly interested in number 3. There we go. I'm particularly interested in number 3, which gives staff some discretion, because I do think there's a certain aspect of whack-a-mole with this problem, and we should equip them with a good mallet and a timely ability to whack moles. So I do think number 3 is important. I didn't comment on the permit thing, so I'll offer that just to be expedient, as that may come up next. I don't support it right now. And I'll tell you a very specific reason I do not support it right now, which is nobody in the South is complaining, right? They soaked in it for a while. I don't know how it was when they first got it, right? We're not hearing complaints from the people who've had parking restrictions the longest. And so I'm interested in letting it soak up north a little bit to see where the incentives bring us. There's no way on earth we're never hearing about this again. So, right? So it's not like we won't have another opportunity. I'm just saying that for me personally, the parking permits seem premature because there's this empirical data from the South, which is they're living without them. It could change, right? But I'm just offering my observation there. But
Fair
the first thing was I can support the first three things.
Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to add to your comments with regard specifically to the notion of a permit program? You mentioned permit program earlier. I just wanted to make sure that we're capturing your views there.
No, so my understanding is that we were looking at number 2, the second, which does not involve a permit.
No.
So that's okay. No, so I have nothing to add on permits. I made my position clear on that. I guess the only thing I'd like to say is I hear what the vice mayor says. I don't know what that's based on. I don't know why. I need to be convinced that staff is wrong and you're right, and that maybe that can happen at a future meeting, but I don't see any evidence to support your position over staff's.
And I just want you to clarify what issue that you're saying that you haven't heard enough evidence from me to counter what you've heard from staff.
That it's going to cost $375 per car annually in order to fund this, or we subsidize it. And I don't want to subsidize it, and I am loath to put in a fee to use the public street that's frankly regressive.
Right, and I support that. Unless we do a hardship exception, I agree that the city shouldn't be subsidizing it. My counter to that estimated cost from staff is knowledge from following this issue, and I know former current Complete Streets commissioners know this as well, that there are several neighborhoods around schools and other facilities that have been asking for a residential parking permit, and that would bring costs down. But to your point, until we do that engagement and bring those people back in, if that's the direction we go down the road, I can guarantee you that we could identify neighborhoods around schools and other facilities that raised this issue in the past about getting a residential parking permit, which would bring the cost down based on what staff said. And let's also put in the record that staff showed us a table with all these cities having parking permit programs, and yet they're saying, but not for our city. There's a reason why these cities have parking permit programs, but there's no support for it tonight. And to Councilmember Lang's point, maybe it will come up again. I think for me, there's enough information in the record and in the community to support a parking permit program today. But I look forward to when this comes back with maybe more data for us to say, wait a minute, yes, there are all these neighborhoods that would contribute and want to pay in to a permit program.
So thank you for that clarification. And again, I'm open to it with more information. With respect to item 2, the 2-hour parking along 4 streets, a portion of them, I oppose it. But if the majority of the council was in favor of it, I would still vote for a motion that would include it.
All right. So we have heard Councilmember Meadows. You've chimed in, or do you have more you want?
I think
now that we're deliberating?
I don't support a residential parking permit program at this time. I agree with Councilmember Lang's point. And we should make some changes stepwise, not just and see how that. And I don't think that the comparator cities we're looking at are really. They don't include Campbell or Saratoga and Los Gatos, which are more our size. These are all bigger cities. So.
Did we look at those cities and they don't have parking permit programs?
Yeah, and I don't really want to. Okay, but I think we don't have support for it tonight anyway, so at some other time, we can look at it and get all that more comparator data, but I don't support it right now. So, yeah, that's all.
Thank you. All right. I have waxed and waned and waxed again on parking permit programs. We had a long discussion about them today. If we could bring down the costs and if we could find enough of the city where it delivers value, I think it is something that we should investigate. And frankly, having had half a dozen conversations about cost and the potential of needing to subsidize it, our schools make our community a better place and make it a desirable place for everybody to live. So I think I could articulate an argument that would, make clear a benefit to all residents for a parking permit program potentially. I'm not saying I'm going to come out in favor of that right now, but I am saying that there's enough interest in it that separately we may want to bring this back, maybe just for a study session or something like that initially. But I don't want to drop the ball on that. I want us to take a more fulsome look at that. And we certainly haven't had an opportunity until tonight's deliberation, I think, to get the kind of information that would be required to vote yes for to put in place a new program of that nature without going through some more deliberation, public outreach, analysis, etc. But I am prepared to support the suggestions in the staff report for modification of the existing restrictions tonight. And at this point, it sounds like so I am in favor of the 2-hour limit. Where are we on that, Councilmember Lang?
I think it's an easy experiment to run, so why not? If you follow me, right? Like the permit seems like a very elaborate experiment to run. The 2-hour thing, maybe it'll be enforceable, maybe not. But like the same person who's driving around enforcing the no parking can have a go at enforcing this, and we can see what happens.
Yeah.
And so I'm in favor of that experiment to learn. Just a point of clarification on the stuff before us. When it gets to be moving time, like motion time, right? Number 1 says all parking around Los Altos will now become this 2 hours between 8 and noon. And so that would just have to be modified to make clear what I think is council's intention of not messing with south of Almond.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Can staff please put up slide number 32?
Do we have somebody working on that? Okay. By the way, we can hear your whispers up here as if you're actually speaking out loud because of the way the chambers are designed. So if you have to carry on a conversation, I'm sorry to ask you, but if you need to talk, you probably should step outside just because it's the way we're designed. It's like a reverse amphitheater. That's okay.
Ask questions at any point during this deliberation?
No.
Okay, so it's different. Slide 32, I'm sorry, is different than what was in the packet that I downloaded. This is the one entitled Hybrid Parking Restrictions. It has a purple top on it. Well, there's that one. There's one before it as well. I guess it doesn't matter which one we're looking at, but with respect to staff recommendation number 1, as modified so as not to include Almond and south of Almond, are the restrictions making it 8 to 12 with 2-hour parking everywhere? Is that accepting what is in red on this slide, or are we ignoring what is in red on this slide? Because when this was presented to us, it was that where it's red, we're going to leave it no parking, period. And we're going to make it 2-hour parking where it's blue. So I just want to be clear on what it is that's being proposed on the dais. Are we doing the hybrid, or is it not to do the hybrid, but to make it 2-hour parking everywhere?
Just for clarification, Councilwoman Weinberg, the area that you're seeing in red will remain as 8 to 12, no parking. The area you see in blue are the only area that's going to be the 2-hour parking.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So that's the 500, so in item number 2, that's the 500 feet?
It's approximately 500
Okay.
feet.
Okay, thank you. I'm clear on it now. I was focusing too much on 1, not on 2. Thank you.
So we can say number 1, except for number 2, is really, right? Number 1 says, oh, never mind. I'm just go ahead. Somebody can make a motion.
Mayor, sorry to interject. We don't want to make the discussion longer. If yeah, because I'm doing it, so maybe I do. The vice mayor is correct in how she described the neighborhood parking program. The cost in the Q&A was to implement it in this specific geographic neighborhood. So as we accept some parts of the recommendation and leave out others, if there's going to be a recommendation to study neighborhood permit parking with CSC for other geographic areas, and we're not making changes to the south part of the high school, then we may want to limit the amount of changes we make to the area and the restrictions currently in place until we can come back with a more holistic approach. If there's not going to be a motion for permit parking, then that may change the direction we were going. Only because, as Councilmember Lang is correct, it's a cheap experiment to run, but if we're going to make a third change after 2 changes on Jardin, that can be disruptive to the neighborhood.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thanks for that clarification, Mr. England. How long do you think exploring a residential parking, because I appreciate what you just said, but I can only imagine the residents are thinking, a lot of them support a residential parking permit program, but they also want an immediate solution. And so I just want to better understand how long you think exploring a residential parking permit to come back to us with a recommendation would take. Because although I do support that program, and I hope regardless of what we decide tonight, there's enough support to separately ask for it to be explored, I wouldn't want to hold off on implementing some immediate restrictions, waiting for something that could take a year.
So any changes that were directed tonight, we had intended to take place over the summer regardless. If there's changes to signage, it takes a while to change them, put them in, if you're our contract partner on. We would have to look at the schedule for complete streets and do outreach, but I don't think if it would take too long to determine if there's similarly situated neighborhoods. Again, if council's interested in that program, because we know the conditions that would exist, it would the length of time would be the engagement and the outreach.
Gabe, we're going to have to deal with Fontainebleau right away. Something immediately.
So
immediately.
Yeah, so Fontainebleau, what we
and any other street that has those kinds of concerns also needs to be addressed aggressively.
Yeah, so Los Altos, especially in that area, but in other neighborhoods as well, has a number of cul-de-sacs that have no red curb painted on them. We have an appointment to take fire out there. They're going to make a recommendation based on fire safety. We will implement that regulation not only in that cul-de-sac, but again in cul-de-sacs that are similarly situated.
All right.
In the mood for a motion?
I am in the mood for a motion. I was about to make it myself.
But before motion is made, is there any interest from my colleagues in refunding parking tickets that have been issued?
I'm going to suggest that that's not even on the agenda and that we bring it back as a separate item.
Okay.
And it could be on consent and done quickly, but it has to be properly noticed as something separate to what we're discussing tonight, in my opinion. I will defer to the city attorney, though, on that.
Yes, I actually want to look into that because these tickets, these citations have been they're appealable,
And usually it's the hearing officer that dismisses the penalties or the amounts. So I do want to look into that a little bit more.
Yeah, we definitely need to look into that. I mean, Chief Lagergren is the person who holds the responsibility for waiving or dismissing those tickets, and I am very loath to ever micromanage our chief of police. I would be happy to meet with her and hear from her, but I will, we do need to.
All right,
I
I understand that, but what I'm suggesting, it would be a sea change in policy given the circumstances, and frankly, as a peace offering to a neighborhood that really feels like it's been abused. So what I am proposing, I acknowledge it would be a change in policy. I don't disagree that city staff has followed the policy that we have in place. What I am suggesting is something completely different.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, but we can't even get into arguing the merits of it right now. Let's bring it back and give it the fulsome discussion that it needs. Motion.
Yeah, I was going
Councilmember Lang, go ahead if you're ready.
I'm very ready. I would like to move that we accept the 3 recommendations provided in the staff report with the modification that number 1 would not take effect south of Almond Avenue.
Friendly amendment.
Please.
And including Almond Avenue.
Almond Avenue is to remain no parking.
You said south of Almond Avenue, so I want to make sure that we're also including Almond Avenue in the motion.
It's in the recommendation there already.
Oh, I said the end of one. Okay, thank you. I'll withdraw the friendly amendment.
So another proposed friendly amendment, Councilmember Lang, based on what we heard from Mr. England. It sounds like they would not move forward with these parking restrictions till the summer.
Yeah.
And so friendly amendment to also have them explore the residential parking permit program, which will also come back for the summer.
I like where you're going, right? But I think it might be overloading the motion.
Okay.
And so what I was going to suggest was when we're all alone, except for our video
We're
viewers.
never alone,
We're never
Larry.
alone. We're never alone. But what I was going to suggest was to explore, when we're thinking about future agenda items, bringing up a study session to look at parking permit programs. And I think it might be better to handle it that way than loading it into this motion.
So I agree that it may make this motion loaded, but it's actually, I think it's appropriate to have it as a second motion after this as part of this item. But I understand, you're right, trying to insert it into your motion.
I will say, to be very precise about it, is everything I said before with the expectation that it will be implemented with the beginning of the new school year. Just to be, I think that was the precision, but to be explicit about that.
Councilmember Lang, if you don't mind, we will ask that you just restate the motion since there's been some friendlies. We just want to make sure we understand it clearly.
Yeah, me too. So the motion is to accept the 3 recommendations provided in the staff report with the modification that recommendation 1 would not apply to the streets south of Almond, and that these new regulations would take effect at the beginning of the new school year.
Friendly amendment by the beginning.
By the beginning of the right. I'm trying to dispel people expecting it's going to happen on Monday or whatever, right? But
some things we want to happen very quickly.
Right.
Fair point. You can just drop the date thing. That didn't help.
Yes.
Let's just drop that.
All right. Let me pause for a second here. Gabe, does the city have what it needs to make safety improvements immediately at Fontainebleau, regardless of the disposition of this motion?
Yes.
Okay, good.
That's number 3, I think.
And similar situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't think the city needs the city council to decide anything, to do a safety implementation based on feedback from the fire department.
No, but
we don't vote on public safety.
That's not the point, though. The point is, I think it was the vice mayor who made it. We're not just doing what needs to be done on Fontainebleau because those residents happen to come here tonight. We want the solutions applied wherever a city deems that it's necessary.
Even if it's not a fire issue.
Yeah, we,
Yeah.
we all agree on that.
Right.
Okay.
And well, frankly, we said that last time we discussed it. So
Yeah.
this is just
It's
dotting the
guidance.
I.
It's just it's just reaffirming guidance that we've already given.
City clerk,
So-
do you have what you need from my mouth?
I have a motion by Lang to accept the 3 recommendations provided by the staff, provided in the staff report with the modification that number 1 would not apply with the streets south of Almond and that these new regulations would take effect by the beginning of the 2025-26
Is it-
school year.
Yeah.
Note that part. No date.
No date.
Okay. Okay.
Leaving the implementation open. Okay, is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
All right, City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now, later on tonight, when we suggest new business, I think some of us are going to suggest particular things that carry this discussion forward.
Okay, because that's where I was going.
Yes,
next. Okay.
absolutely. And you will have an opportunity, and I'm pretty sure you will have support. Okay? All right. That closes out this item. Now we go to the consent item.
you,
that was
everybody.
pulled. And thank you all.
Can I ask a quick question?
Staff, you're not allowed to address council.
Point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead.
Could we have a 5-minute break?
Yes. No, I'm sorry. 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Excellent. I love your precision.
I don't understand why that was so controversial. That was simple math. You divide 11 minutes by 3, you actually come to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. I kind of want to
Good night.
All right. Let's go ahead and reconvene. And now I'm going to take a moment to check in with my colleagues here on the dais because I want to make sure that we are going to either get through the agenda or make an intentional choice about how we're going to manage that. So what we have left are item 5 from the consent calendar. We have item 6, the undergrounding of utilities. And we have item 8, city council strategic goals. I have been informed by staff that item 6 is not urgent for us to take up tonight, and that if we take it up 2 weeks from now, that is okay. So perhaps we should continue that item.
If there's no urgency, the staff is saying no urgency.
Yeah, I'm just looking for somebody to back me up. Okay.
Well, no.
We're not voting, guys.
I'm not looking at you either.
That begs the question, how heavy are our agendas coming up?
Do you want to do priorities tonight, right? Do you want to do that right now? Or when, right? Yeah, so priorities, we've gone over the March 11th. It's a big one. Yeah. Well, and plus we'll have other meetings before that meeting that night. We'll have Park, I think, on March 11th, and
You get closed session. We believe we're starting that meeting at 4:30.
right. Yes. Interviews and Park on March 11th. Do I need a motion to continue an item off tonight's agenda for later?
Yes.
So for now, I would look for a motion to continue item 6.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Roll, please.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Sure, why not?
Vice Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yep. And this wasn't publicly noticed, so we don't have to do to a date certain or anything, so it can just be continued.
Okay.
I wish you made this motion 3 hours earlier, but I'll see you in 2 weeks.
I'm sorry. Had I
I can come back in 2 weeks if you guys aren't going to discuss the whole thing. Would be more productive at that time.
no, and we have read your email and we talked. So yeah. I'm sorry, and I appreciate you.
Have you seen the Q&A that was posted earlier today? Because there's some important information about this item.
I'm sorry.
If you go to the city's website and you look at the webpage for the regular meeting right now,
Okay.
there's something called the Q&A. Those are written questions by council that are submitted.
It's at like the end or something?
Yeah, it's part of the packet, and so we did have questions of staff that pertain to the undergrounding, and so there's some additional information there that may bear on. It may not, but it may bear on what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's something that we need to have a fulsome discussion of, and that's partially why we're continuing it. So, all right. Yeah, we have an email from him, and I met with him in the office hours today too.
I
so.
apologize, Mayor. Can we
Yeah.
get clarification?
Yeah.
Mayor Daley, I apologize. Can we get clarification on who made that motion? We heard the second, but we didn't get the, okay, and then, well, wait, we had you as second, so who motion, okay. There we go, we had it backwards. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So item 5, City Council Accountability Policy. Who pulled this? Right.
I did,
So do you
sorry.
want to, we have a staff report, but we probably
No,
don't need a
I don't-
presentation.
No.
So I'll let you kick off with
Yeah,
why
I
you pulled
think,
it.
John, I'll just go straight into it. It's just, I think a minor.
No.
Oh.
Nope. Hang on.
Oh.
I overlooked that we need public comment on this item because we no longer, because now we separate things we pull from consent. So is there any public comment on this item? Okay, hearing none, I will give the floor back to Councilmember Meadows. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm looking at the red line version, which was in the Q&A. And the comments I wanted to make are on the second page. And one is just a minor edit where the word in the very first sentence, the word same was crossed out, but the in front of same should have been crossed out too. So has violated a law or policy. And then the big question is more than 2 times. So I didn't go back and listen to the video. I do agree with the red that was added that a supermajority could admonish or censure a council member after one violation of law or policy, should it be deemed serious enough. But I thought that we had said, and I could well be wrong, that we didn't say more than 2 times for the first part in the first sentence still, that we said more than 1 time. So I thought we said one violation would take a supermajority, and then other violations would take, I don't actually like the language more than 2 or more than, but would take more than 1 time, i.e. 2. So that's what I thought we said, but I didn't confirm. So I wanted to have my colleagues comment. We can leave it as written, or we could say in that first sentence on the second page, has violated a law or policy more than 1 time is what I thought we intended. But does anybody remember? Okay, yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, I lost my train of thought. I didn't watch it either, but I have the same recollection as Sally. The should be removed. You leave the A, and instead of more than 2 times, I think it should be at least 2 times, or more than once. Either one. But I have the same recollection as Sally.
How about multiple times?
Or 2 or more times. Not more than 2 is 3, which is a lot, and that was the problem we had all along.
Well, no. So
Right? Okay.
Mayor, if I may, exactly. So we got rid
Yeah.
of same, which was actually
Oh.
the issue from
Mhm.
before, and we had said, 2 or this is my recollection, 2 or more. So we kept the 2, but then we said, but it could take a supermajority if the violation is so bad that it doesn't have to be 2. It could just be on the first strike.
Well, yeah, because if you're violating a law, you should be able to do it on the first strike.
If Larry violates norm 8.2 and 4 of us want to do it just once,
well,
that's enough. But if it's only 3, then we need at least twice.
But I think the vice mayor was saying the same thing. Yes, 2 or more, not more than 2. So 2 or more.
That's what we had said.
Yes, and I would agree with that. So if we agree on that, then I would propose that we accept the changes to the accountability with the amendment in the first sentence on page 2 that that if a council member has violated a law or policy 2 or more times, and then the rest as written.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion from me.
I'll second it, but with a request from staff, when the changes are made, can you just, it doesn't have to come back to us on consent, but can you just email a red line copy to us so we can see what the final version looks like? Okay. Second.
All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fleiger?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, next item on the agenda is City Council strategic goals. So we have a staff report. Again, I'm not sure how much of a presentation we need. Are you prepared, John, or do you just want to list the priorities and?
I think it'll come as no surprise that there's no presentation. I do have the goals, priorities that we can call up if council would like to go through them.
If you could
as
put
we
them
did
on the
last year.
screen, I think that would be helpful.
Will do. I apologize. I was in the middle of emailing you the red line accountability policy.
All right, so to facilitate this process, the first thing I would like my colleagues to do is to review the existing priorities, and we can kind of do a little straw poll and say thumbs up, thumbs down as far as keeping a particular priority. So I think we may find, yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
I think it's a great idea of moving forward, but before we get to that, can we talk about the precatory language in the motion there? But before getting to the, sorry, my computer's looking out at me. In the resolution that was passed last year, before each of the 5 priorities, there was a paragraph with precatory language, which talked about fiscal responsibility and other things, which I believe are critical to keeping as we move forward. The staff report doesn't include that, but I would request that we agree to keep that paragraph in front of what our new priorities are, and if not, then I'm going to want to add each of those elements into the priorities.
I support Councilmember Weinberg's suggestion.
Vice Mayor?
I was going to say something else. I do support Councilmember Weinberg's suggestion. I was going to clarify something based on the approach you're proposing with regards to looking at last year's priorities. The practice of council has always been, or at least the attempt has been, to not have more than 5 priorities, remember? And I have a suggestion for another priority for us. So do you want me to hold off? Because I wouldn't want us to all go through the 5 and be like, yes, yes, yes. And then I propose what I think should be a priority for us this year.
So I appreciate that sort of heads up and signposting for what's to come. I still want to go through the 5 and see if there's something that we can identify that we don't want to carry forward. And if there is a 6th, then we're going to have to figure out either how do we decide 5 isn't the right number anymore, or do we combine the 6th with number 3 or something like that. So let's go ahead and start just with this list of priorities. So
before we move on, because I just want to,
yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg mentioned some preparatory language. Could you just point me to that?
Yes.
If
you look at the resolution, which is included after the staff report,
is it that paragraph
beginning with the city council strategic goals highlights?
Great.
And there, because we had priorities which had fiscal responsibility, and we felt like we had met it for the purposes of why it was put there at the time, but we wanted to affirmatively state that with the goals that we have now, fiscal prudency is still
never ending.
It's never ending. It's an element of all of the other priorities.
I fully support that. Thank you for clarifying.
I support that too. All right, So, looking at the existing priorities, we've got priority 1, business communities, priority 2, circulation, safety, and efficiency. 3 is environmental sustainability, and 4 is housing. 5 is neighborhood safety infrastructure. Honestly, from my point of view, and I will obviously look to hear from each one of my colleagues, I'm not aware of a new priority per se. I mean, these 5 remain, in my view, the 5 that we should have.
So I'm happy to share.
So, all right, I will go ahead and defer to the vice mayor now.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not disputing that when I looked at these priorities, you read them, you're like, yep, these should still be our priorities. But the priority that I do think we should focus on this year and add to the list in some form is emergency preparedness. I went to a Cal Cities board meeting last week, and they actually have a cheat sheet where they said every city needs to accomplish these things over the next year. Hardening, I actually have some of the things that we need to do, and I think we should, as a council, make this a priority this year about accomplishing these things for our city. The checklist is doable. It will require engaging with the community. I could go through the list. It's doable. It's an easy lift, and I think the community will appreciate it if we do it. I'm like, too much sugar, but
yeah. What do you think, Vice Mayor and colleagues, about potentially changing priority number 4 so that we are actually embracing preparedness in 4? 4 says neighborhood safety infrastructure.
that's our police station. That's our safety, fire. Mayor, can I immediately respond to?
Go ahead,
because
please.
that's a great suggestion, because sometimes if a priority is in flight, which I think housing is with Nick, then do we really need to have it on our list if we want to stick with 5? It is in flight. I don't think we're going to go back on housing, and I see Councilmember Weinberg, but I feel strongly about having emergency preparedness and having certain things accomplished this year for our community.
Councilmember Weinberg.
In goal number 1, we do mention the housing element update. I'm not quite sure why that's under business communities, but if we were to take 4 away, we're still leaving the housing element in the priorities if we don't change 1.
I'm pretty allergic to removing housing as a priority from our list. People know where I live. Speaking of housing, look, I know, right? Because I think, to be more clear about it, I think it would signal something we do not intend, right? I think removing it could signal to people that done with that, and we're not.
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
I have another idea. What if we put Nisa's suggestion into the precatory language? Because shouldn't emergency preparedness be an element of everything else that we're doing? I mean, we're adding new housing, but we want to do it in an intelligent way that people can evacuate if necessary. Obviously, it coincides with neighborhood safety infrastructure, environmental sustainability. I mean, everything we have, I think it makes sense that we're thinking about emergency preparedness and all of it.
Wouldn't that also be true for sustainability?
Yes, it would, and I think we actually have that in the precatory language. When we got to sustainability, I was going to make a few comments, but you're right. It should be everywhere, and in fact, it is in that precatory paragraph too.
Or I could, Mayor, if I can, I think you can also make a case for putting it in number 5, because it can be neighborhood safety and infrastructure. And we've already conducted the facilities condition assessment, I believe, right? Yes. And so, that can become, we develop a plan for moving forward for the whatevers, the police station and 2 firehouses. I hope the chief wasn't listening to me when I called it the whatevers. And then based on the public safety needs of the community, also focus on emergency preparedness. I mean, that's not the right wording.
I'm going to suggest that we just call that one public safety, because we're trying to build a new police station. We've got fire worries. I mean, public safety embraces those things, and it's a priority. Yeah.
And can I just say, I don't care which priority goes under, as long as this year we are accomplishing the things for our residents through it. So wherever you want to put
Question, if I might, just to
Councilmember Lang,
help
go ahead.
help us grapple with this. Could you give us flavor of some of the bullets that are under there, right? Just so that. Okay.
And these are my notes during the discussion, but Cal Cities on their website actually has a checklist, and I can forward that to staff. First get the update from staff, then, because what we want to create are resilient, fire-safe communities. And then look at their cheat sheets for home hardening issues, so communicating with our residents about how they can harden their homes. As a city, we also need to make sure that we protect our parks and make sure even our parks, people don't think of parks as needing hardening, but there are things you can do: fire break walls, sprinklers, defensible space. So these are things you can do as well. Get rid of eucalyptus trees if we have any. They're fire spreaders. Again, these are just my, come up with a communication strategy, and there's some suggestions on what that could look like. Engage with our seniors to make sure we have their contacts. They know what to do. We know how to reach them so we can check on them. Talk to our city manager about an emergency fund that we'll need to draw upon immediately, because we can't rely on federal dollars and FEMA, because you have to cross a certain threshold before you qualify for FEMA. So there are a lot of different things that as a city we should be looking at. And I'll quote former Mayor Weinberg, it's not if, it's when. And we want to make sure we do everything as council for our city, that we're prepared, so when it happens, we don't get criticized. We didn't do things. Things will happen out of our control, but right now there are many things we can do that are within our control that we should make a priority this year. And there are fire maps we should create. And again, I will forward the Cal Cities cheat sheet. It's on their website, to staff if we decide to move forward. So then they can start agendizing this and get us working on this.
To me, that really feels very like we could make a nice sandwich of that in the current 5.
I agree. I think we should have one that says public safety. I mean, in public safety, it's, fire preparedness. It's also building a police station. It's also putting roofs on the fire department. Those should be at the top of the list this year.
Is our community center resilient? Like, that was another question, like the main building where everybody's gonna,
Yeah, it's an EOC. It's built to standards that are pretty robust. All right, so I'm kind of hearing some consensus that the majority of the existing priorities are appropriate, but that we want the public safety priority to be a little bit more multifaceted and broader in scope. Councilmember Weinberg, do you concur?
I agree. I think we should also bump it to number 1.
Totally.
What was that proposal? I'm sorry.
The proposal is to make public safety a priority,
Right, that part
and move it up to number 1.
Oh,
say it's
move
our
it up
top
to number
priority.
1. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a number of good reasons for doing that, and I support it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we adopt the priorities as articulated tonight, including a broadening of scope to number 5, call it public safety, and that will Yeah. Broadening number 5 to call it public safety and moving it up to number 1. That's my motion. Accept the existing priorities, broaden number 5 scope, and move it up to number 1.
I believe earlier in the conversation, you said you had some other comments you wanted to share, and I didn't want to lose those.
I did, given the hour. I mean, they're probably fairly minor in scope. Well, I'll go ahead and make them. In number 1, business communities, that feels unsatisfactory to me. First, I wouldn't call it the housing element update, just call it the housing element. We referenced the downtown vision plan. I'm not quite sure where we're going with this. So we're supporting business communities, and we want to launch incentives to bolster all of our 7 business communities, but we're just talking about the housing element, the downtown vision plan. And while I like the downtown vision plan and we're moving forward with some great changes for downtown, it's significantly different than the vision plan. So I wonder if maybe it's not time to put that to bed, at least for the purposes of our priorities. And also, Mayor, we're all wearing pins, actually, except for you. We're all wearing pins that you designed that says fostering downtown vibrancy. And I wonder if you wanted to include something about that here. But I might be in the minority here, but that number 1 just doesn't seem to flow for me anymore.
So in part, that was a priority because we were engaged with on the issue of parklets, and so there was a lot to say about about the downtown business community, and I think that this year it will be equally important to contemplate the downtown business community, but in a different light, which would be, what are the impacts of these other policies that we're implementing? What are the impacts of, housing being developed on Plaza 7 and 8? I think we need to continue to be mindful of our downtown business community as we manage these growth projects to do our best to mitigate the impact on our business community and keep those businesses open.
Yeah, I mean, my reading of that one was along those lines, that the Plaza 7-8 domino is the first to fall. We got to stay out in front of that. There's going to be a whole lot of implications of that, and all that work goes in number 1.
Should we change what we call number 1?
Could be. It just, I really dislike group wordsmithing, so I'll refrain from doing so.
I think it's okay to do it for a title. When it's a goal, we don't have to have all this stuff, because I don't think it's a little amorphous right now.
Yeah,
I agree with the generic feel to it as it is now. It's something like, this is not a title either, but it's like future proofing and hardening. The hardening word goes back to the emergency stuff, but we're really evolving.
The sort of dilemma in the wording is that just as Sally loves all our commissions the best, we also love all our business communities the best. But there is a reality, which is the downtown has a whole lot of pressing issues that are going to occupy us over the coming year.
Well, it's also, sorry. Yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg.
I'm hearing what's being said, and I think we should take the word update out, but I understand if we're not going to do any wordsmithing, that it doesn't really matter. But the question of whether we want to continue a reference to the downtown vision plan, I mean, that's not wordsmithing. That's reference to a specific document that has been an inspiration, and I don't think that it's just a lofty pie in the sky goal, but we're moving forward now with major changes that are not in alignment with what the vision plan set forward. So I wonder if replacing that simply with downtown improvements rather than referring to a specific document that we're diverting from.
I think that those are largely aligned with the downtown vision. But
I have a question for staff. In the past year, has the presence of the reference to the downtown vision been a guidepost for staff activity relative to downtown?
Yes.
Yeah.
I withdraw my comments.
It's not just there for fluff.
No. So,
Mayor,
I mean, some things like lighting and wayfinding and things that are coming from the downtown vision are actually active initiatives right now by the city downtown. So I'm reluctant to remove that, but I totally understand that there are some things going on that weren't anticipated by the downtown vision plan, and we should also be mindful of that. Housing update, downtown vision plan. Why don't we just say specific projects and growth initiatives or something, or specific projects and initiatives?
I'm indifferent, to be honest. Some things that you don't like. I will go with majority.
Councilmember Meadows?
I was just going to say the end part, launching initiatives to bolster the other business communities. We don't really have as much wherewithal to do that because we don't own any of the spaces. We don't own the parking lots. We don't own any of the, this is what we always ran into when we talk about bolstering the other business communities. But again, if we want to leave it there, that's okay. I don't think we ever do anything there because there's no city-owned parking spaces or buildings that we can bolster.
No, it's true. I mean, there's always been someone who said we can't forget the other 6 business communities that we have. The reality is the downtown business community, it's not just the largest one, but it's the most important in terms of the revenue that it generates for the city and it being a hub for the community. It just is. That's not to say I want to slight or forget about the other business communities. And if other business communities thought of ways that the council, that the city could do things to help them, I'd be open to hearing from them. But I can't remember the council ever saying, let's do this because it's going to help one of the other business communities.
So I know I was going to stay quiet, Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So I actually think we can take out and launching initiatives to bolster the other business communities, because if you look at the first part of this paragraph, it says the city of Los Altos will support the different business communities. That's everybody. That's everybody, including downtown. So we have already said it at the top.
Why don't we just make it simple and cut that right at right after communities?
No, because they want us to call. You were the one who highlighted they want us to call out downtown vision plan.
I would not get rid of the 2 capitalized documents, right? Because the 2 capitalized documents prevent it from becoming a free-for-all.
But you do delete update at housing element.
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine.
John got it.
Yeah.
All right, where are we? Somebody just said that'd be fine. What's fine?
I'd turn it a little bit. I'm going to turn it upside down a little bit. I think what we're doing, the city of Los Altos will implement projects and elements of the housing element and the downtown vision plan and support the different business communities through the transitions as we move forward with those plans.
I could go on that side, but I actually prefer the first version. Like, it's fine. It's fine. But it's fine.
It's fine. I don't, yeah.
I'm going to look to my colleagues on process. My suggestion is that we don't overly wordsmith the crap out of all of this tonight. We've said what we wanted here. Let's have staff rewrite and bring it back on consent for us to approve.
That's fine.
Okay. So I think you have guidance on the business communities one. Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Moving on to number 3, environmental sustainability, or I guess what will now be 4. If we want to leave that in there, that's fine. The reality is that we were not a leader last year. I don't know how we're going to be a leader this year. I mean, we really were banking on reach codes to be able to meet our goals in the climate action and adaptation plan, and even that was probably a reach. How we're going to do it now, I don't think anybody knows. I would like us to be a leader, and I think it's good that we have something about the importance of our role and then what we do with respect to climate change. But again, what we have right now, it's simply it's words on a sheet of paper.
We did vote to suspend our enforcement of reach codes, and so there is a good rationale for what you were saying. I much like the possibility of eliminating the word housing, though, these priorities perform several functions. One of them is a signaling function. And I think that that's hugely important. And I would be open to making some changes to this priority, or to potentially taking the priority and putting it into the prefatory language so that sustainability is one of the lenses through which we view
It
every
already
program.
is, actually. It's there.
And if it's there in the prefatory language, I would probably be okay with eliminating it as a priority, insofar as we have already neutered our single tool to pursue that priority.
It's not the only tool.
Hmm?
It's not the only tool. Yeah, exactly. Right? I mean, so to give, I don't want to see any changes to this. We've discouraged our environmental community more than enough. I don't see any reason to add to the pain, right? We would still like this. We're struggling to figure out what tools to use. It's okay to have a goal where you don't know how you're going to get there, but it's not like it's not a goal for me. This is still a goal for me. It's dispiriting that the Berkeley decision took away what seemed like it was going to be a very effective tool. I'll give you one example, though. We got that upcoming ban on gas water heaters. One way to be a leader would be to be the best in the Bay Area at preparing for that. So I have no interest in getting rid of this as a goal.
Too late.
But-
There are other cities that are way ahead of us.
Okay.
But I mean,
well, there are people who are more fit than me at the gym. I still have to go to the gym, right? Like,
fair, but you're acknowledging not being a leader, though. I mean that's. Well, wait. Never mind. I'm going.
My concern is you strike the word and you send a dispiriting message to our already dispirited environmental action people.
I think we need, and again, I'll defer to my colleagues what word you want to take out and what word you want to put back in, but I agree with Councilmember Lang that we should still have this as one of our priorities.
Would my colleagues be acceptable if the first sentence were, or if the first phrase were changed to the city of Los Altos will strive to lead? Strive to lead?
That's fine.
That's much better, because then it doesn't feel like a lie. The Environmental Commission went forward with some proposed ordinances at the direction of council, and it went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted against it. Now, maybe it's going to come to us. I don't know, but the reality is that we're not leading, and I don't believe that over the next year we're going to be leading. Striving to lead. I'm fine with that.
I know they are. I think we should consider striking the reference to the city's climate action and adaptation plan insofar as it advances policies that we have specifically voted not to enforce, meaning the reach codes.
But there's like a ton of things in there. We can't strike the whole plan. I mean, we have to. Well, I'm going to bring forward a future agenda item regarding that sort of the commission. So, but we can't strike. The whole plan is our guidepost. It's not that we were ever going to adopt all 90 or whatever the number is, but anyway.
Okay, so do we have consensus on the word change and basically leave the rest? All right, sounds good to me. No, it's fine with me. All right. So the next one is...
Nobody had anything on circulation, just to be...
Oh, we didn't do circulation, safety, and efficiency. Does anybody think that that's no longer an issue in the town?
Well, I mean, we
solved it earlier, didn't we?
As part of the update to the general plan, we're going to be updating the circulation element. And I assume that's not going to happen this year. It's probably not going to happen next year either. But maybe the city manager will surprise me.
Yeah, okay, so I think we have consensus on the circulation and safety priority. And we came to an agreement on the environmental sustainability. When it comes to housing, I tend to agree with my colleague, Mr. Lang, that we need to continue to have it be a priority, right? We are probably undertaking one of the largest single pieces of the housing element with the proposals we're entertaining for Plaza 7 and 8. So that's, I mean, we kind of don't have a choice, but that's a priority, right? All right, okay. And then that leaves us with, we decided that neighborhood safety infrastructure should be changed to public safety.
And move
There's
to
your
number
priorities.
one.
Huh?
And move to number one.
And move to number one. And we all are, yeah, okay. So.
Wait, and I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're taking out the part about conducting a public safety facilities condition assessment because we have done it, and then we're going to add the wordings we need to do for
Emergency
not all
preparedness.
the bullet points,
Right.
but the words that summarize. Yeah.
Right. Emergency preparedness, resilience, hardening,
One thing-
whatever words the staff comes up with to articulate that.
Well, one thing that, like, I like to check these things against how I expect we'll be spending our time, because if it's actually, and their money, right? But I anticipate that sometime this summer we'll need to be grappling with the question of whether to continue our current fire arrangement or strike out on a new one.
That's-
and I just wanted to
yeah.
make sure that somehow or another this wording captures that activity.
It should be. So you'll notice also when things are put onto our agenda, they are also linked to one of our priorities.
Right.
So I think you're making a really important point that, we need to make sure that these priorities accurately reflect what we already know we're going to have
Right,
to
we're going to grapple
take
with
up.
that, and so again, don't want to wordsmith. I'd love to have words that reflected that we're going to be thinking about our fire arrangement. I would also want to make sure that the words that come back reflect in an appropriate way what Vice Mayor Flygore brought up in terms of the useful input from that meeting that she went to. Yeah.
So instead of having a motion tonight, can we just have a proposed resolution on consent for the next meeting?
Yes, exactly. That's what I said. We're giving staff guidance on what to write. They're going to bring it back to us on consent. Okay? Do you guys have what you need? Awesome. All right. Next is our council calendar. This is where we'll do reports and new business items. I'm going to go ahead and start with Councilmember Lang, and you can add the 2 items we discussed from the 2x2 as you
Right,
report
right.
out, and whatever new business you may want to tee up.
Okay, so yeah, just to report out on the 2x2 meeting that we went to. First, let me take about half an hour here to discuss the parking discussion. No, just I won't do that to you. I think we covered that quite thoroughly. The 2 other things that were on the agenda, the representatives from the district expressed an interest to revisiting the school resource officer question. They claim to have a great MOU with Mountain View, and everything's going great at that high school. So they said, I haven't seen the MOU. It was on my to-do list to read it. We didn't promise we would. We promised we would bring it here and raise it with our colleagues, and now we have kept that promise.
So I'm looking to my colleagues to see if they have an appetite to bring SROs back onto the agenda.
Okay, we kept our promise, Pete. Do you want to push harder for it? Because I'm not sure I have an appetite.
No, there's no, that's fine. At least we promised we would do something and we did it. That's the only people in the meeting who promised they would do something and they did it.
Right. There we go. I mean, they were very complimentary of the relationship that they currently enjoy with the police department. And I'm sure that we're all very supportive of continuing to facilitate
we're not gonna
that. But
be careful. Don't veer into discussion of the topic.
Fair? Okay. I'm done with that then.
Okay.
And then the other part was Mayor Daley in particular raised the question of anti-Semitism, which he articulated so well earlier in the meeting. And the question, I mean, clearly we wanted to be prompt with a statement like that, so thank you. But the sort of discussion there was there some further way to engage between the two organizations in a anti-Semitism and more broadly anti-bigotry engagement? And yeah, so it was discussed.
So this is more or less a new business potential discussion. And I know that Gabe has spoken or communicated with Superintendent Volta today about the possibility of the school community and the city issuing a joint statement, which may take a while to work out because, of course, we have a hard enough time wordsmithing things just ourselves. And when you add another jurisdiction into the mix, who knows whether that will come to pass. But we will try to see if there's something that can be said. But I think we should also have some kind of a forum on anti-Semitism where we bring in, some speakers and open it up to the public and try and bring some education and some light to this.
And I think we have some good language in the resolution that we adopted last December. I mean, it addresses a lot of this, and it's just reinforcing and reiterating what we said in the resolution.
Yeah, for a joint statement, I mean, we can actually refer to things that we've already voted on. I mean, I don't think we need to bring a joint statement back before council necessarily if it's more or less a press release that the city's putting out saying we denounce anti-Semitism and all forms of bigotry. Yeah, that's more or less what the resolution says. Yeah.
Still stand by that.
So this is awkward. I'm not sure how to move us forward on this particular issue, and so I'm looking over at the city manager and city staff or city attorney for any.
Mayor, on the statement, we're coordinating with the school and sticking with the resolution that was adopted, so it doesn't have to come back.
Good.
If council's interested in a forum on anti-Semitism, happy to work with the school on that at council's direction.
All right, so I'm looking to see if
the
there's
2017 resolution really did cover all of this.
Hmm.
So I mean, I can send it out to everybody.
And the one from December. They're two different ones.
Yeah, there's three. We actually have three. We have 2017, and then we have the 2021, the violence against Asian Americans during the COVID time, and then we have 2023, which is denouncing anti-Semitism.
So I think we have a path forward on the potential joint statement, right? What I'm looking for is a path forward on hosting an educational forum, potentially inviting the schools to participate or other stakeholders that are relevant.
So when Mayor Weinberg was becoming mayor and when I was mayor, we wrestled with some of this. I approached the Community Foundation at the time, and it wasn't picked up, but it could be picked up now under different leadership. I'm not sure I see it as our responsibility. We have to uphold the value and reiterate it over and over, but I don't think we should be offering educational forums. We can sponsor it. We have a good room to host it, and maybe the Community Foundation, with the breadth, and then the school district or whatever. I just don't see city council as holding an educational forum. City can sponsor, we can be there, but it should, I'm willing to be persuaded otherwise, but.
I remember that, and I liked that
Yeah.
suggestion you had made.
Yeah.
I remember you suggesting that, Councilmember Meadows, and I liked that approach, and I remember that it didn't go anywhere. But as you said,
It
things are
might now.
different.
It might now.
I'll look to my colleagues to the right. Councilmember Weinberg.
I'm not interested in trying to put together a joint statement with the school board. I just don't think that, frankly, work with the school board goes anywhere. So I just don't have any faith in the process. you know, as the father of two kids who go to the high school, who are Jewish, who were the first ones to point this out to me and say, "Dad, what the f?" I'm kind of the opinion that we're not going to make things better by overemphasizing it. I mean, it's awful, but awful things have been happening for a long time, and every single incident should not be turned into a town forum. There's I mean, if you were to go inside Halsey House right now and you go into the kitchen, somebody by spray painted Jews here with an arrow pointing to the oven. It's clear anti-Semitism. It's awful. Someone went into the house and thought it'd be funny to do that. But these incidents happen, and turning every one of them into a town forum, I think is not. I don't know that it's useful if it's not part of a much broader strategy, which is beyond the scope of what the city would do. I also think that I don't see a gain to doing it that outweighs the Pandora's box that it might open. I mean, I don't think any of us want to go through what we went through with 150 speakers over 2 meetings. And if you're going to do this, I don't think it should be limited to anti-Semitism. I think it has to be hate, bigotry in all forms. But I don't. Again, as the parent up here who had to talk about it with his Jewish kids, I don't think that this is the impetus to start something bigger. If it turns out that this was a tip of the iceberg and the neo-Nazis were gathered, I mean, you know, that's different. But I see this as a one-off of some pretty dumb kids.
I'd also say, just sort of a practicality, it's cumbersome to arrange a good dialogue, organizing it by a body like us that's subject to all this Brown Act stuff and whatnot. Like, it's one of the things I learned through my museum stuff, right? Which was, for example, the museum ran a very good program of the history of Black people in the Santa Clara Valley, right? It took a lot of negotiation to figure who was going to come, who wasn't going to come, what they were going to cover, what they weren't going to cover. It turned out great. One of the things I was most proud of there. But what I'm saying is that a lot of that was like not agendized, not right. It was sort of private conversations, who's comfortable with who and so forth. I think for it to be a really good, not anodyne thing, I'd be very supportive of that in an informal way. We know the community, we know people who might be able to organize that. I just don't think that this is the appropriate body to try to organize something that would be as nuanced and as impactful as I would want it to be, for what it's worth.
Okay, so it doesn't look like there's enough support for that at this time, but that's okay. Maybe that's a good thing, and we're not precluded from going down that path later on if it looks like it's a necessity. So, and we'll leave staff to go ahead and deal with, you know, if they want to put out a joint statement based on things we've already voted on. Okay. Any other new business?
Exactly. Go ahead, Larry, and I'll second it.
Yeah. I think it would be useful to have a study session to review possible parking permit programs to include, but not exclusive to, the high school neighborhood.
I support
How was
that. We have enough.
I'm your third.
Okay.
All right. Study session initially, right?
It's what it feels like.
So-
I'm new to this, so if I'm
No,
wrong,
and Councilmember Lang, I'm actually going to go to Mr. England to see if, because I'm going to defer to him on whether or not that's the right approach or the first step to do a study session.
Maybe
with
maybe
staff.
first step is complete streets.
Like, what do you think is the best path?
I would want to have some conversations with Aida and her team, and then respond back. I could see either route working, but I'd want to confer with them.
Okay.
So we will await some feedback on that and determine whether or not it goes on to a future agenda based on that feedback. Yes, Councilmember Meadows.
So Two things to do with the commissions. So I think we did a good job tonight closing the loops with the commissions. They walked away, felt they had approval. I will say regarding the senior commission, I didn't say it at the time, but in light of the discussion we just had, if council thinks that the senior, they had one of the aspects of the age-friendly city was senior emergency preparedness. So as council liaison, I didn't want to suggest to them on the fly and fluster them on their work plan. But city manager, I could, if, we talk to the staff liaison, I don't know what the bandwidth is. I think it's kind of a lower bandwidth commission, but that might be, it's not necessarily a council agenda item, but if council wants me to take that forward to the senior commission. I don't know if this is a future agenda item or am I talking off?
No. Councilmember Meadows, I think it's actually vital that we engage this, not only the senior commission, but the youth commission in our efforts to understand how we make our community more resilient. A, gathering information from them about their lived experience in the community that would impact the policy, and B, working with them to push it out to the community so everybody knows what we're doing.
And so, city manager, what do you recommend? Because Jamie will have a better feel for.
My answer is largely going to be same as the last one. As I think it's a great idea. I would love to confer with Manny and Jamie first on what they think is best approach.
All right, and you and I can do it in our one-on-ones and then see where that goes. And the second also has to do with the commission. It's looking at our discussions that we had with the previous group of commissions. I think historical and library commissions were pretty straightforward, and we said so. But I don't think we actually gave the Environmental Commission, again, looking back at our goals discussion tonight, sufficient direction. And so I don't know if we need to tell how we need to handle that with them, because what we want them to do, I think, is look at the climate action and adaptation plan in light of our reviewed goals and bring forward priorities. And I'm not sure what they left with, because they have a much more confusing work plan with so many items. And so I think council should potentially look at when our goals come back and decide what direction. We didn't give Environmental Commission very good direction, I don't think. And so what does council do about that? Not tonight, but maybe that commission liaison can deal with that, just like I'll deal with senior commission. But
I'm inclined to let the commission liaison deal with that as long as they do it in a way that's consistent with the policies that we've already established and agreed upon.
And the goals that we just talked about
I
tonight.
promise I won't go rogue.
And okay.
And I almost verbatim, I said that to the new chair. That basically when you look at the work plan and is it Tanya? She was on the email. So I communicated the same thing about making sure it aligns with our priorities, what they do on their work plan, but happy to make sure, work with staff, that they stay on the right track.
Yeah, the one thing I don't want to break into discussion on the Environmental Commission here, so never mind. Councilmember Lang.
As long as we're talking commission, wanted to float an idea that the mayor and I talked about with the youth commission, and it reflects something that I had a great experience with at the History Museum. We added a youth member to our board there. We made it non-voting to help block them from any liability or their parents or anything like that. But it didn't really matter. They had a seat at the table, and it's very rare we have split votes anyway. It turned out great. They weren't just like good youth representatives, they were good board members, right? Came in with sort of thing. So the idea just to float was the notion of one thing we could think about with our youth commission is not just say, well, why don't you get together and plan a dance or whatever, right? But the notion of why don't from among your members we begin to ask them to have somebody who is pseudo-appointed, details to be figured out, to participate in the discussion of the environmental, right, or whatever, right?
We had a high schooler on Park when I was on Park when Lisa was there. She was extremely youthful. I thought she contributed well. I thought she was a benefit to have on the commission. And I don't know about taking it to the youth commission just because of the way they run. And I'm probably going to be coming to the council soon, asking for a blessing to sort of change how the youth commission does things. But I think to maybe more actively recruit at the high schools and in the other youth centers around town, that they can apply for any of the other commissions.
I didn't, of course, did not mean to have the discussion this evening, but it sounds like something that we might collectively be interested in approaching in a future appropriate way.
Vice Mayor.
Just to quickly clarify for Councilmember Lang as well, the Youth Commission, as you may know, gets to do their own work plan and priorities for the year. And I'd say 4 out of 5 times I've supported the Youth Commission. I know Jonathan has as well. They have environment as one of their priorities that they work on at their level.
Yeah, I think we can come back to this discussion. I mean, what I'm hearing from Councilmember Lang is that that particular commission would have a liaison to other commissions and send a member designated to the environmental commission meetings, send a member to the park meetings, send a member to planning meetings. We can come back to this discussion. I don't think we have consensus on it right now, but it's an interesting topic. So, yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. By way of an announcement, I think on this Saturday, the city's Parks and Rec Department is hosting an open house. The paper catalog is back in circulation. We've all gotten it by now. I know that they appreciate it every time council members show up. It's an opportunity to mingle, sort of see what's going on, and to support staff. I have a couple of proposed future agenda items. One is I would like us to have a discussion about maybe refunding some of the parking tickets that have been issued in the neighborhood north of Los Altos High School based upon the new parking regulations.
Can we ask the city manager and attorney to weigh in on how we might do that? Because I support it, but I'm concerned about it from a process standpoint.
Yes, I really think this would be Jolie's area to weigh in on. So that's me weighing in, is I think the city attorney should look at it. So if, yeah.
Well, I guess the threshold question is there a third person that wants to talk about it? And if there's not, then I guess it dies. Okay, so.
No, but maybe I misunderstood. I thought we would first need to hear back from the city attorney.
Yeah, I'm asking the city attorney, can the city council?
Exactly.
If it is something that is within our purview to take up, I support it, you support it. Is there any other support for us taking up, if it's appropriate under legal guidance?
So I will be your third if the city attorney says we can proceed, but I want to broaden the scope of the item so that, I like consistency, because if the premise is they didn't get enough warning, then we need to make sure that we consider any other. We did it with weed abatement, actually. But so I just want to make sure that if that's the consideration, we're able to apply it to other things, if that's going to be our path forward. Like when we issue a new rule or law, we're going to do warnings first before we start doing. Right. oh.
There were warnings, but we're not supposed to discuss.
No, we're not having a discussion right now, but those things are fine for the discussion, right? So what you're asking is, we can take that up. I can't say that we're going to decide to make some policy that's applied across the board, but certainly bring it up in the discussion. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Second item that I'd like to propose for discussion The council received an email from Leo Beyante, who is an intern with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. He was requesting that the city issue a resolution in support of federal recognition of the tribe, and I think the resolution would need to be some tweak, the sample that he sent. But I would like to request that we agendize this for a future meeting.
So I support that and have been in discussion with the city attorney and city manager already. We actually passed a new resolution not long ago that prevents us from taking up federal matters. So the question is really, is this a federal matter or is this a city matter? My point of view is that it's not a federal matter until the Muwekma get federally recognized, and that until that happens, they are members of our community like anybody else with no special standing. I would like to see them get that special standing. So that's what the resolution that was suggested to us purports to do. But I think we should have a little bit of engagement with the tribe before we jump on the resolution that they have written. Okay, Councilmember Meadows. We're talking. Right, but what we're discussing is not necessarily whether or not we vote, or like the nature of the resolution or any of that. We're discussing whether or not we take it up and how we take it up.
Right, and it sounds like you have two people who want to
Yeah.
bring it forward.
Yeah,
I just friendly about this, right? Which is, I don't know all the details, but I know that there's some controversy among the Native community in this area about who is the or one of the standard bearers. There is controversy, right? And so if we're going to take it up with somebody, we'll need to be thoughtful about making sure that we're not de facto recognizing one of the standard bearers to the detriment of another one who might also have the argument, right? So,
yeah, but Councilmember Lang, as you know well, we have Professor Michael Wilcox, who is the cultural director for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, on our curatorial board for the museum. We've already sort of made the call on who we think is the standard bearer.
The city of Los Altos has?
We haven't decided yet how we're going to move this forward. I think there's an appetite to move it forward. We just don't know exactly how. Do you have some thoughts on the matter, City Attorney?
No, you're just getting into a discussion on it,
so stop it.
Right. No, so
And Mayor, you can work with the city manager and determine if and when you bring it forward. It sounds like you have two people wanting to put it on the agenda, then you work with the city manager to figure out what, if anything, comes back and what it looks like.
I would be open to putting on the agenda whether or not we should have a subcommittee to engage the tribe and talk about it and bring forward some research on the issue before we get out in front of our skis.
I definitely think subcommittee or not, that research and work needs to happen with staff to make sure we fully understand something before it's brought forward.
Yeah, I mean, our Congress people have looked at this, and it's a huge morass, so.
I'm well aware.
I was not aware of that when I made this motion, so thank you for educating me on that. If the discussion goes forward, then of course we need to make sure that it is advertised or noticed to the community, that community itself, so that if there are others that want to point out flaws in what I thought was something that ought to happen, comes before us, because I'm learning some very new things.
Yeah, I don't think it's as controversial as my colleagues do, but that's okay. All right, so I think the way to deal with this for now is not to put it on an upcoming agenda immediately, but to go ahead and have some more offline informal conversations and see if we get to a point where it's a more discreetly defined ask for us. Okay. All right. Any other new business? All right. We're adjourned.
Well done, Mayor.